Imagine a cave, no, not imagine it, but descend into it. Feel the walls closing around you. Feel the darkness that would be total except for the fire burning behind you, casting flickering light, creating the only illumination you have known since childhood, since birth, since before memory began. This is not metaphorical cave, not symbol we can observe from outside with comfortable detachment. This is the cave we inhabit, the prison we live in without knowing we are imprisoned, the realm of shadows that we mistake for reality because shadows are all we have ever seen, all we have ever known, all that our shadow-trained eyes can recognize as real. In Plato's most famous image, the allegory of the cave, from Book VII of the Republic, we find ourselves among prisoners who have been chained since childhood in an underground chamber, unable to turn their heads, able to see only the wall in front of them. Behind the prisoners burns a fire, and between the fire and the prisoners is a raised walkway along which people carry objects, statues of animals and humans, and various artifacts that cast shadows on the wall the prisoners face. The prisoners see only these shadows, hear only the echoes of voices bouncing off the cave walls, know only this shadow play, this reflected reality, this realm of images and echoes that they necessarily mistake for truth because they have never seen anything else, because for them these shadows are reality, are all that exists, are what real means. The prisoners name the shadows, develop predictions about which shadow will appear next, compete to see who is most skilled at anticipating the shadow play's patterns. They honor those who are best at this, consider them wise, grant them authority based on their superior knowledge of shadows. This is their world, their science, their expertise. They have developed sophisticated understanding of shadow reality, can explain and predict it, have built their entire cognitive framework around shadows as fundamental reality, as what actually exists rather than being mere images of something more real. But then, and this is where the allegory becomes painful, where discomfort begins, where liberation proves to be anything but pleasant. One prisoner is freed. The chains are broken, though we are not told by whom or why. Perhaps the prisoner frees himself through some unexplained effort. Perhaps another frees him. Perhaps the breaking of chains is itself mythical, is Plato's way of symbolizing the beginning of philosophical awakening, the first stirring of the impulse to question, to turn around, to see whether the shadows might not be all that exists. The freed prisoner turns around the first turning, the beginning of the soul's reorientation, and sees the fire. But the fire blinds him, hurts his eyes that have known only the dim reflected light of shadows, causes pain that makes him want to turn back, to return to the shadows that were comfortable even if they were not true. He is compelled again, we are not told by whom, perhaps by his own emerging desire for truth despite the pain, perhaps by the one who freed him to climb upward toward the cave's mouth. The ascent is difficult, is painful, is disorienting. He passes through regions of increasing brightness, must pause repeatedly to allow his eyes to adjust, must accommodate gradually to levels of light his eyes have never experienced. He cannot look directly at bright objects, must begin with shadows and reflections even outside the cave, must see things first in their reflections in water before he can bear to look at them directly, must proceed through careful stages of accommodation because the truth is too bright, too real, too overwhelming for eyes trained on shadows. Finally, he emerges into sunlight. At first, the sun itself is unbearable. He cannot look at it, can barely function in its brightness, wants desperately to return to the comfortable darkness of the cave. But gradually his eyes adjust, gradually he learns to see in true light rather than in shadow light. Gradually he comes to understand that what he thought was reality in the cave was merely reflection, that the objects that cast those shadows are more real than the shadows, that the sun that illuminates those objects is more real still, is the source of visibility and growth and life, is the ultimate principle that makes all seeing possible, that reveals all other things without itself being just another thing among things. This is the moment of philosophical enlightenment when the freed prisoner understands not just that he was wrong about what was real, but that his entire framework for understanding reality was inverted, that he had taken images for originals and must now reconstruct everything, must learn to see anew, must build entirely new understanding on foundations that contradict everything he previously believed. The realization is traumatic, is transformation so complete that the prisoner who emerges from the cave is not the same person who was chained within it, has been remade by the ascent, has been reborn into true seeing after a lifetime of blindness disguised as sight. But the allegory does not end in enlightenment's triumph, does not conclude with the freed prisoner living happily in the sunlight, content with the truth he has discovered. Instead, Plato insists the freed prisoner must return to the cave, must descend back into darkness, must try to free other prisoners, must attempt to lead them upward toward the light, even though he knows the ascent will be painful for them, as it was painful for him. This return is philosophically and practically necessary philosophically, because the philosopher's knowledge of the good obligates him to help others, because wisdom is not for hoarding but for sharing, because the examined life requires examining not just one's own life, but helping others examine theirs. Practically because the city needs philosophers to govern, because those who have seen the form of the good are the only ones fit to rule, because justice requires that the wise lead rather than that the ignorant stumble forward guided by shadows and opinions. But the return is dangerous, is perhaps the most dangerous part of the journey. When the freed prisoner descends back into the cave, his eyes must readjust to darkness. He who could see clearly in sunlight now stumbles in the dark, cannot compete with the still-chinned prisoners in predicting shadow patterns, appears foolish to those who never left, seems to have been ruined by his journey rather than enlightened by it. And if he tries to free other prisoners, if he attempts to break their chains and lead them upward, they will resist. They will not believe his stories about sunlight and real objects and a world beyond shadows. They will think he is insane, will consider him dangerous, will try to stop him from disturbing their comfortable ignorance. And if he persists, if he continues trying to free them, they may kill him, will kill him, Plato suggests, just as Athens killed Socrates for trying to wake the city from its dogmatic slumber, for insisting that the shadows they trusted were not truth, for claiming to have seen something more real that they could not see and therefore could not believe. The allegory is multi-layered, works on several levels simultaneously. On one level, it is epistemological, is about knowledge and ignorance, about the difference between opinion and understanding, about the stages through which cognition must pass to move from imaging to belief to thinking to genuine knowledge of forms. The shadows on the wall represent images, the objects that cast those shadows represent visible particulars, the fire represents the sun that illuminates the visible world, and the sun itself represents the form of the good that illuminates the intelligible realm of forms. The prisoners represent those who trust sense perception and take appearances for reality. The freed prisoner represents the philosopher who transcends sense perception to grasp the forms through reason, who understands that sensible particulars are less real than the forms they participate in, who achieves knowledge rather than mere opinion by grasping what is eternal and unchanging rather than what is temporary and changing. On another level, the allegory is metaphysical, is about the nature of reality itself, about the claim that what we ordinarily take to be real is actually less real than something else, something that most people never see, something that only philosophers grasp through difficult intellectual effort. The cave is the visible world, the realm of physical objects and sense experience. The world outside the cave is the intelligible world, the realm of forms, the dimension of reality that reason apprehends but that senses cannot perceive. The claim is radical that the ordinary world is shadow, that true reality is elsewhere, that appearances deceive, that sensible experience is unreliable guide to what actually exists. On yet another level, the allegory is political and ethical, is about governance and justice, about who should rule and why, about the philosopher's obligation to return to the cave and help others even though return is dangerous and likely to be met with hostility. The Republic is ultimately about justice, about what makes cities and souls just, about whether the examined life is possible in political context or whether philosophy and politics are fundamentally incompatible. The cave shows that they are difficult to reconcile. The philosopher who has seen the sun does not want to return to the cave, prefers to remain in the sunlight contemplating the forms, must be compelled by sense of duty to descend and serve the city. And when he does return, the city does not welcome him, does not recognize his wisdom, kills him if he persists in trying to enlighten those who prefer darkness. But on perhaps the deepest level, the allegory is existential, is about each individual's potential awakening, about the possibility that we might be prisoners without knowing it, that what we take for reality might be shadow, that liberation is possible but is painful, that truth is available but demands everything from those who seek it. The allegory asks each reader, are you a prisoner? Do you see shadows or reality? And if someone tried to free you, would you believe them or would you resist? If someone said that everything you know is wrong, that you must climb painfully upward toward a truth you cannot currently see, would you trust them enough to make the ascent? Or would you, like the prisoners in the cave, prefer the comfortable certainty of shadows to the difficult and painful pursuit of light? These questions have no easy answers, admit no quick resolutions. The cave is not puzzle to be solved, but is image to be inhabited, is vision to be lived within and thought through, and allowed to disturb our comfortable certainties about what is real and what is appearance. Plato does not argue for the cave's truth so much as he presents it and invites us to consider whether it describes our condition, whether we might be prisoners mistaking shadows for reality, whether liberation is possible for us, whether we would accept it if offered, whether we would have courage to make the ascent even knowing how painful it will be. The cave has haunted philosophy for 24 centuries because it captures something about the human condition that argument alone cannot convey, because it makes visible the gap between appearance and reality, because it suggests that we might be deceived about the most fundamental things, because it insists that truth is worth pursuing even when pursuit requires abandoning everything we thought we knew, even when the ascent is agonizing, even when return to help others is dangerous. Even when we might be killed for insisting that there is something more real than shadows, something more true than the opinions everyone accepts, something worth seeing even though seeing it changes us so completely that we can never be content again with the half-life we lived in darkness. The cave opens before us now in imagination as it opened before Plato's students in the academy, as it has opened before every reader who has encountered this passage and felt its power, its challenge, its disturbing suggestion that we might be prisoners calling our prison reality, that we might be mistaking shadows for truth, that liberation is possible but demands everything from those who seek it. We stand at the cave's mouth, looking down into darkness where prisoners remain chained, where shadows play across walls, where the comfortable certainty of ignorance holds most humans in bondage they do not recognize as bondage because they have never seen anything else, have never imagined that there might be sun beyond the fire, reality beyond shadow, truth beyond opinion. The choice is ours to descend back into comfortable darkness or to remain in painful light, to trust shadows or to pursue truth, to live examine life or to sleep unexamined in the cave that Plato insisted is not just allegory but is description of where we live, who we are, what we mistake for knowledge, what we must transcend if we are to become philosophers, if we are to see truly, if we are to know rather than merely believe. If we are to be free rather than remaining prisoners who call their chains reality and their prison home. Beyond the world of sense perception, beyond the realm where things are born and die and change and decay, beyond the flux that Heraclitus said was reality's fundamental character when he declared that you cannot step into the same river twice, beyond all this, Plato envisioned another world, a realm of eternal forms, perfect and unchanging, where beauty itself exists apart from beautiful things, where justice itself dwells beyond just actions, where goodness itself shines like the sun, illuminating all other forms, making them knowable, giving them their being, standing at the pinnacle of reality as the ultimate principle to which everything else relates, on which everything else depends, beyond which nothing higher exists. This is the theory of forms, Plato's most famous and most controversial doctrine, the teaching that divided reality into two realms: the sensible world of particular things we can see and touch, and the intelligible world of universal forms we can only think, that reason alone can grasp, that constitute true reality, while sensible things are merely shadows, mere reflections, mere imperfect copies of the perfect originals that exist eternally in the realm of forms. The theory is strange, seems counterintuitive, appears to invert common sense, which says that particular things we can touch are real, while abstract concepts are merely mental constructions, merely words we use to group similar things without those groupings having independent existence apart from the particulars they classify. But Plato insisted that common sense was wrong, that what seems obviously real is actually less real, that particulars depend on universals rather than universals being derived from particulars, that forms exist independently and are more real than the things that participate in them. Consider a beautiful flower. It is beautiful for a time, but it fades, withers, dies, ceases to be beautiful. Its beauty is temporary, changeable, unreliable. But beauty itself, the form of beauty that makes beautiful things beautiful, never fades, never changes, is eternal, perfect, unchanging. The beautiful flower participates in beauty, receives its beauty from beauty itself, is beautiful only to the extent that it resembles the form. When the flower dies, beauty itself is unaffected, continues existing eternally, ready to be participated in by other beautiful things that come into being and pass away while beauty itself remains. Or consider justice. Many different actions might be just returning what you borrowed, telling the truth, giving each their due, treating equals equally. But what makes all these different actions just? What do they have in common? Plato's answer is that they all participate in justice itself, in the form of justice that exists eternally, and that particular just actions resemble imperfectly. Justice itself is perfect, unchanging, eternal. Particular just actions are imperfect approximations that exist temporarily, and that may or may not actually be just. We can be mistaken about whether an action is truly just, can think we are being just while actually being unjust. But justice itself is what it is, cannot be other than just, provides the standard by which particular actions are judged to be just or unjust. The theory applies to all universals, all concepts, all categories, not just to ethical and aesthetic forms like justice and beauty, but to mathematical forms like circle and triangle, to forms of natural kinds like human and horse, perhaps even to forms of artifacts like bed and table, though Plato seems to waver on whether human-made things have forms. Every universal concept corresponds to a form that exists independently, eternally, perfectly. Every particular thing that falls under that concept does so by participating in the form, by resembling it imperfectly, by being a deficient copy of a perfect original that exists not in this world, but in the realm of forms, not in time but in eternity, not subject to change but forever self-identical, forever what it is, forever perfect and complete. But how do we know about forms if they are not in the sensible world, if we cannot see or touch them, if they are accessible only to reason and not to sense perception? Plato's answer involved the doctrine of recollection, which we will explore more fully in another chapter, but briefly. The answer is that the soul knew the forms before birth, that it existed in the realm of forms before being embodied, that birth is trauma and forgetting, that learning is remembering what the soul once knew but has forgotten, that philosophy is essentially reminiscence, is the soul's effort to recollect what it knew before embodiment obscured that knowledge. But even apart from recollection, Plato had arguments for the form's existence, had reasons for believing in them beyond mythical stories about the soul's pre-existence. The arguments are complex and admit of various interpretations, but some of the main considerations are: first, there is the one over many argument that whenever many particular things share a common character, whenever we use the same term to describe different things, there must be something that they share, something that makes them all instances of that type. What makes all beautiful things beautiful? Not their physical properties. Flowers and sunsets and symphonies are beautiful but share no common physical features. What they share is relation to beauty itself, participation in the form of beauty. Without the form, there would be no explanation for why we group these disparate things together, no account of what they have in common. Second, there's the argument from knowledge that knowledge requires stable objects, requires things that do not change, because knowledge is of what is always true and cannot be knowledge if its object changes. But sensible particulars are always changing. The beautiful flower fades, the just action is completed and exists no more. If knowledge is possible, it must be of something that does not change. Forms are unchanging, eternal, stable. Therefore, knowledge must be of forms rather than of particulars. What we think we know about particulars is actually opinion doxa rather than genuine knowledge. Episteme is belief that may be true, but that lacks the stability and necessity that genuine knowledge requires. Third, there is the argument from perfection that we recognize imperfection in sensible things, judge particular circles to be imperfectly circular, particular just actions to be incompletely just. But to recognize imperfection requires knowledge of perfection, requires comparison to a standard. Where does this standard come from? It cannot come from sensible experience because sensible experience provides only imperfect examples. The standard must be the form, the perfect circle by which we judge drawn circles to be imperfect, the perfect justice by which we judge actions to be more or less just. We know the form not through sense perception, but through reason, through intellectual intuition that grasps what sense perception cannot provide. These arguments have been debated, criticized, defended, and modified across centuries. Aristotle, Plato's greatest student, rejected the theory of forms, argued that it was unnecessary, that universals exist in particulars rather than separately, that positing forms created more problems than it solved. Later Platonists defended the theory, developed it in various directions, merged it with religious doctrines about God and creation. Modern philosophers mostly reject the theory as Plato formulated it, but often retain something like it in modified form. Mathematical Platonism holds that mathematical objects exist independently of mathematicians who think about them. Ethical realism holds that moral truths exist independently of human beliefs and practices. Various realisms about universals defend some version of the claim that universals are real and not merely names we use to group particulars. But whether the forms exist as Plato believed this remains disputed, remains one of philosophy's perennial questions, remains a problem that each philosopher must consider anew and decide for themselves. What is not disputed is that the theory of forms was enormously influential, shaped how Western philosophy thought about reality and knowledge and value, created framework that dominated medieval philosophy, and that continues influencing contemporary debates about realism and nominalism, about universals and particulars, about what exists and how we know what exists. The forms themselves, if they exist, remain beyond complete human understanding, remain forever perfect while we remain imperfect, remain forever eternal while we remain temporal, remain forever fully real while we remain in the cave among shadows, catching glimpses of reality but never fully grasping it, never fully seeing the forms as they are in themselves, never achieving complete knowledge but only approaching it asymptotically, forever climbing toward light that recedes as we approach. Forever pursuing wisdom that we can love but can never fully possess. This is Plato's vision, both inspiring and frustrating, both beautiful and impossible, both true perhaps and mythical perhaps, both philosophical argument and poetic imagination, both logic and longing combined into doctrine that has captivated and troubled philosophers across millennia, that continues calling us to consider whether reality might be very different from what common sense suggests, whether appearance might be mere appearance while truth lies elsewhere. Whether the realm of forms exists eternally even if we can never fully enter it, even if we can only glimpse it in moments of philosophical insight, even if we must live in the cave while occasionally seeing through the shadows to the forms they shadow, to the reality they imperfectly reflect, to the eternal patterns that make sense of temporal flux, that provide stability in change, that allow knowledge in a world of becoming, that make philosophy possible by giving reason something eternal to grasp. Something unchanging to know, something perfect to contemplate even though perfection remains forever beyond our imperfect grasp. Forever the beloved that philosophy loves without ever fully possessing. Forever the light toward which the cave's freed prisoners climb. Forever the sun that illuminates all things without itself being just another thing among things. Forever the form of the good that stands at the pinnacle of being, that gives being to all other forms. That makes knowledge possible by making forms knowable, that remains itself beyond being, beyond knowledge, beyond anything we can fully grasp or completely understand. Forever the mystery at philosophy's heart, forever what Plato pointed toward without claiming to have fully seen, without claiming to have completely known, without claiming anything except that the forms exist and that philosophy is ascent toward them, is turning from shadows toward reality, is the examined life lived as climb from cave toward sun. From appearance toward truth, from opinion toward knowledge, from the love of beautiful things toward beauty itself, from the realm of becoming toward the realm of being where the forms float in eternal light, forever perfect, forever unchanging, forever calling to those with courage to climb, with patience to ascend, with love of wisdom strong enough to sustain the pursuit even when wisdom remains forever incomplete, forever beyond complete possession. Forever the goal toward which philosophy tends without ever finally arriving, without ever claiming victory, without ever resting satisfied but always climbing higher, always seeking more clearly, always loving more completely the forms that Plato envisioned and that philosophy has never stopped pursuing, never stopped debating, never stopped wondering whether they exist as he believed or whether they are beautiful myth that teaches truth without being literally true. That points toward reality without fully capturing it, that inspires pursuit of wisdom without providing wisdom itself, that remains forever philosophy's hope and philosophy's question and philosophy's greatest gift and greatest challenge, the vision of a reality more real than reality, a truth more true than truth, a beauty more beautiful than beauty, a good beyond being, a light beyond light, forms beyond forms, forever beckoning, forever receding, forever calling us to climb. Outside the ancient walls of Athens, perhaps half a mile from the city's northwestern gate, there lay a grove sacred to the hero Academus, a place of plane trees and olive groves, of streams and gardens, of paths winding through shade where the air was cool even in summer's heat, where the noise of the city faded to distant murmur, where quiet and contemplation were possible in ways that the crowded agora did not permit. This grove had been sanctuary long before Plato came to it, had been sacred space where citizens could walk and think, where athletes trained and philosophers talked, where the boundary between city and countryside blurred into something neither urban nor rural but somehow both, a liminal space between the constructed world of human society and the natural world that preceded and surrounded it. Around 387 BCE, when Plato was approximately 40 years old, when he had returned to Athens after years of travel following Socrates' death, when he had decided to devote himself to philosophy as his life's work around this time, Plato acquired property in the grove of Academus and established there a school that would be called the Academy, that would become the first institution of higher learning in the Western world. That would last for more than 900 years until the Christian Emperor Justinian closed it in 529 CE, ending nearly a millennium of continuous philosophical tradition, breaking a chain of teaching and learning that had stretched across centuries, that had preserved and developed Plato's philosophy, that had trained countless philosophers who would shape ancient thought in ways we can still trace in the philosophical traditions we inherit. The academy was not school in the modern sense, was not institution with formal curriculum and degree requirements and bureaucratic structure. It was more like a religious society or philosophical community, like a cult dedicated to the muses, the goddesses of arts and sciences, with Plato as the head, the scholarch, the leader of a community devoted to philosophical inquiry, to mathematical study, to the pursuit of wisdom through dialogue and contemplation. Members of the academy, students is too narrow a term. Colleagues might be better lived according to philosophical principles, studied together, ate together, walked the garden paths discussing questions that mattered, questions about justice and virtue, about knowledge and reality, about mathematics and cosmology, about politics and ethics, and the good life that philosophy promised if one pursued it with sufficient dedication. The entrance to the academy, according to tradition, bore an inscription, "Let no one ignorant of geometry enter." The inscription, if it existed, if it is not later invention, if tradition preserves something true, reveals much about what Plato believed philosophy required. Geometry was not merely useful, was not just one subject among many that might or might not be studied depending on one's interests. Geometry was prerequisite for philosophy, was preparation of mind for the kind of thinking that philosophy demanded, was training in reasoning about abstract objects that exist eternally and perfectly even though no physical instantiation of them achieves perfection, was practice in grasping through reason what sense perception cannot provide, was education in the kind of intellectual vision that sees beyond particulars to universals, beyond physical objects to mathematical forms. Beyond the cave's shadows to the eternal patterns that make sense of flux, that provide stability in change, that allow knowledge in world of becoming. Mathematics held special place in Plato's vision of education, because mathematical objects seem to exist between sensible particulars and eternal forms were not physical, but were not quite forms either, were objects of thought rather than sense perception, but were still somehow connected to the physical world through their applicability to it, through the way physical objects could be counted and measured and geometrically described. The mathematician studies triangles, but not particular drawn triangles. Those are imperfect, are mere approximations of the perfect triangle that the mathematician thinks about, that exists eternally with its angles summing precisely to 180 degrees, that has properties provable through reason alone without reference to any physical triangle. Mathematics thus provided bridge between sensible and intelligible realms, gave students practice in reasoning about eternal truths, prepared minds for the more difficult ascent to forms themselves. The curriculum, if there was formal curriculum, if study was organized systematically rather than emerging organically from communities' shared interests, seems to have included mathematical sciences as foundation. With arithmetic and geometry and astronomy and harmonics, the mathematics of musical ratios preparing students for dialectic, for the philosophical examination of forms themselves. For the ascent described in the Republic's educational program where students progress through stages of mathematical study before being deemed ready for philosophy proper, before being trusted with dialectic that might, if pursued without proper preparation, become mere disputation, mere rhetorical game-playing, mere heuristic arguing for victory rather than philosophical examination aimed at truth. But the Academy's most important teaching probably happened not in formal instruction, but in dialogue, in the conversations that occurred as members walked the garden paths, as they reclined after meals discussing questions that arose, as they examined beliefs and tested arguments and pursued understanding through the kind of questioning that Socrates had practiced, that Plato had learned from him, that the Academy institutionalized without fully systematizing. Without reducing to method that could be taught mechanically, without losing the personal, responsive, situation-specific character that made Socratic examination philosophical rather than merely logical, transformative rather than merely informative. Plato wrote dialogues during his years at the Academy, perhaps read them to members, perhaps performed them with different people taking different roles, perhaps used them as springboards for discussion, as texts to be examined rather than doctrines to be accepted, as provocations to thought rather than conclusions to be memorized. The dialogues themselves enact the Academy's educational philosophy, are conversations rather than treatises, are examinations rather than assertions, are invitations to think rather than demands to believe. Reading a Platonic dialogue requires active participation, requires that the reader become interlocutor, requires engaging with arguments and questioning conclusions, and thinking through problems that the dialogues raise but often do not fully resolve, that end in aporia as often as in clarity, that value the journey toward understanding as much as any particular understanding achieved. The Academy attracted brilliant minds from across the Greek world. Young men, it seems to have been exclusively male, though there are stories of women who studied there, perhaps disguised as men, perhaps exceptional enough that normal restrictions did not apply, who came to Athens to study with Plato, who remained for years, who became philosophers in their own right, who carried Platonic ideas into their own work while also developing criticisms and alternatives. Aristotle was among them, studied at the Academy for 20 years, absorbed Platonic philosophy so thoroughly that his own work, even when criticizing Plato, remained fundamentally shaped by problems and questions that Plato had defined, remained in dialogue with Plato even when disagreeing with him, remained Platonic even in its anti-Platonism. But the Academy was not monolithic, was not a place where Plato's word was law and disagreement was heresy. The evidence suggests vigorous debate, genuine philosophical inquiry, willingness to question even fundamental doctrines. Plato himself seems to have questioned aspects of his own philosophy, seems to have developed and modified his views, seems to have recognized problems and puzzles that his earlier formulations did not adequately address. The late dialogues show a Plato wrestling with difficulties in the theory of forms, acknowledging objections, exploring alternative formulations, demonstrating the kind of intellectual honesty that does not cling dogmatically to positions but follows arguments wherever they lead, even when they lead to revising or abandoning earlier views, even when they create problems that admit no easy solutions. The Academy's influence extended beyond philosophy into politics. Several members became advisors to rulers, attempted to implement Platonic political ideas in actual cities, tried to make philosophers into kings or kings into philosophers, tried to close the gap between the ideal city described in the Republic and the flawed cities that actually existed. Plato himself made several trips to Syracuse in Sicily, attempted to educate the tyrant Dionysius and later his successor, tried to create philosopherking through education, tried to show that the Republic's vision was not merely an impossible dream but could be approximated if rulers would submit to philosophical education, would learn to love wisdom more than power, would govern according to understanding of the good rather than according to personal interest or popular opinion. The attempts failed spectacularly, dangerously, in ways that endangered Plato's life and that showed how difficult, perhaps impossible, it was to combine philosophy and political power, to make the examined life the basis for governing, to bridge the gap between contemplation of forms and management of cities, between loving wisdom and wielding power. The failures did not cause Plato to abandon his vision of the philosopher-king, but they perhaps made him more realistic about how rarely that vision could be realized, how resistant actual politics was to philosophical reformation, how the cave's prisoners really did kill those who tried to free them, how dangerous it was to return to the cave once you had climbed toward the light, how the philosopher who has seen the forms and returns to govern will be misunderstood, will be thought mad, will be rejected by those he tries to help because they cannot see what he has seen, cannot believe in the light he describes, cannot follow him upward even when he offers to guide them. The Academy's institutional structure allowed philosophy to survive as tradition rather than being dependent on charismatic individual teachers. When Plato died in 347 BCE, the Academy continued under new leadership, preserved his teachings while also developing them, created the beginnings of what would become Platonism as distinguished from Plato himself, created interpretation and commentary and systematization that sometimes clarified and sometimes distorted what Plato had written. That made Plato into authority, but also made him available to generations who would never have encountered his thought if it had remained only oral teaching, only personal transmission from master to student, only the kind of living philosophy that Socrates practiced, but that dies with the philosopher unless some institutional structure preserves and transmits it. The price of institutional preservation was transformation. Plato's open-ended dialogues became doctrines. His exploratory thinking became systematic philosophy. His questions became answers. His aporia became certainties that Platonists defended against critics, that they systematized into coherent worldview, that they merged with other philosophical traditions and with religious doctrines, creating Platonism that was inspired by Plato but that went beyond him. That developed his insights in directions he might not have anticipated, that created tradition that bore his name but that was collective achievement of centuries of scholars and philosophers who studied him, interpreted him, defended him, criticized him, developed him. When Justinian closed the academy in 529 CE, when the last scholarch and the last students departed, when the garden paths fell silent and the philosophical conversations ended, when 900 years of continuous tradition was severed, something was lost that could never be fully recovered. The dialogues survived, were preserved through Byzantine and Islamic scholars, were translated and transmitted to medieval Europe, became texts that Renaissance humanists rediscovered and celebrated. But the living tradition, the community of inquiry, the institution that had kept Platonic philosophy alive through all those centuries, this was lost, ended, became history rather than present reality. Modern philosophy has tried to recover something of what the academy was, has created universities and departments that trace their lineage back to Plato's school, that preserve his dialogues and study his thought, that continue examining the questions he raised. But the direct line was broken, the living connection was severed, and we are left with texts rather than tradition, with documents rather than ongoing community, with interpretations rather than living philosophy practiced in gardens where philosophers walked together pursuing wisdom, studying mathematics, examining beliefs, ascending through stages of education toward the forms, toward the good, toward the light that Plato glimpsed and that he tried to make accessible to others through the institution he founded. Through the community he created, through the academy that bore the name of the hero Academus, but that honored the muses, that served Athena, that pursued wisdom with devotion that Plato learned from Socrates, and that he passed on to students who became his colleagues, who continued his work, who kept his vision alive for 9 centuries, who proved that philosophy could survive the philosopher, that institutions could preserve what individuals could not perpetuate alone. That the examined life could become not just personal practice but shared tradition, communal pursuit, social reality that transcended any individual even while depending on individuals' commitment to maintain it, to renew it, to pass it forward to next generation who would receive it and transform it and pass it forward again, keeping alive the conversation that Socrates began, that Plato continued, that the academy embodied. That ended only when external power closed the school and scattered the philosophers and ended a tradition that had lasted longer than most civilizations, that had survived empires and wars and cultural transformations, that had kept philosophy alive through centuries of change, and that might have continued indefinitely if history had been kinder, if Christian emperors had been more tolerant, if the ancient world had not ended quite so decisively, quite so completely. Quite so finally that the direct line from Plato to us was broken, and we are left piecing together what was lost, imagining what those garden conversations were like, reading dialogues that were written for a community we can only imagine, studying philosophy that was meant to be lived in ways we can only approximate, pursuing wisdom that Plato said required more than reading, required more than studying, required living philosophically in community devoted to examination, to mathematics. To dialectic, to the ascent toward forms, to the pursuit of the good that the academy embodied and that we inherit only partially, only imperfectly, only through texts that survive and point toward something that once existed but that we can never fully recover, can never completely restore, can only honor by continuing the examination, by reading the dialogues, by thinking philosophically. By maintaining the love of wisdom that animated the Academy for 900 years, and that continues animating us when we study Plato, when we engage with his questions, when we climb with him from cave toward light, when we pursue with him the wisdom he loved and taught us to love, that the Academy embodied and that we continue pursuing even though the garden paths are empty now, even though the plane trees have long since died. Even though the grove of Academus is silent now except in memory and in the continuing tradition of philosophical inquiry that traces its origins to that place, to that community, to Plato's vision of education as transformation, of philosophy as ascent, of wisdom as pursuit that never ends but that makes life worth living, that makes the examined life the only life worth living. That justifies the Academy's 900 years and justifies our continued study of Plato even though the Academy is gone, even though the living tradition was broken, even though we must reconstruct from fragments what once was whole, what once was lived, what once was community of inquiry that Plato founded and that philosophy has never stopped trying to recreate, never stopped trying to embody, never stopped pursuing as ideal even when ideal cannot be fully realized. Even when we must settle for approximations, even when the Academy exists now only in imagination, and in the texts it produced, and in the philosophical tradition it initiated that continues still, that lives still, that calls us still to continue the work Plato began, to pursue the wisdom he loved, to examine our lives as he taught us to examine them, to climb as he taught us to climb from shadows toward light, from cave toward sun, from ignorance toward knowledge. From the love of beautiful things toward beauty itself, from philosophy as academic subject toward philosophy as way of life, as transformation, as ascent, as the pursuit of wisdom that the Academy embodied and that we inherit and that we must pass forward to those who come after us, keeping alive the tradition, maintaining the conversation, continuing the examination that Socrates began, that Plato continued, that the Academy embodied for 900 years. And that we continue now across the distance of centuries, across the gap created by history's disruptions, across the silence where the Academy once spoke, finding our way back to questions Plato asked, to visions he articulated, to the love of wisdom he exemplified and taught and made into institutional reality that lasted longer than we can reasonably expect any institution to last, that proved philosophy could be preserved, could be transmitted, could become tradition rather than remaining only individual achievement, individual charisma, individual genius that dies when the genius dies unless some way is found to preserve and transmit what the individual discovered, what the founder created, what Plato gave to philosophy and to education, and to Western civilization through the Academy he established in the grove of Academus outside the walls of Athens in the 4th century before the Common Era. In the place where plane trees grew and streams flowed and philosophers walked discussing questions that have never stopped mattering, have never stopped calling for examination, have never stopped requiring each generation to think through them anew, to answer them again, to continue the conversation that the Academy began and that continues still wherever philosophy is practiced, wherever wisdom is loved, wherever the examined life is chosen over unexamined existence. Wherever Plato's vision of education as transformation continues inspiring those who believe that learning is more than information transfer, that teaching is more than skill training, that education is fundamentally about forming souls, about turning them from darkness toward light, about helping them climb from cave toward sun, about making philosophers who will continue the work, who will pass it forward, who will keep alive the tradition that Plato founded when he established the Academy in the grove sacred to Academus, but devoted to the Muses, dedicated to Athena, committed to the pursuit of wisdom that philosophy names, and that the Academy embodied for 900 years before silence fell, and the tradition was broken but not ended, interrupted but not destroyed. Because the text survived and the questions survived and the love of wisdom survived, and we inherit all of this even though the garden paths are empty now, even though the Academy is ruins, even though the direct line was severed, We inherit the vision and we continue the work and we pursue the wisdom that Plato pursued and that the Academy embodied and that calls to us still across the centuries, across the silence, across the gap, calling us to continue, to pursue, to examine, to climb. To love wisdom as Plato loved it, to live philosophically as the Academy tried to live, to make our own communities of inquiry that preserve and transmit and develop the philosophical tradition that Plato gave us through the institution he founded, and through the dialogues he wrote, and through the vision he articulated of education as transformation, of philosophy as ascent, of wisdom as the highest good, as the pursuit that makes life meaningful. As the love that justifies existence and that the Academy embodied and that we inherit and that we must honor by continuing the examination, by reading the dialogues, by living philosophically, by maintaining the tradition that Plato began and that the Academy preserved and that we receive as precious gift, as sacred trust, as calling that requires our commitment, our devotion. Our willingness to continue what Plato started when he walked into the grove of Academus and established there a school that would last 900 years and whose influence would last forever because the questions remain, the dialogues survive, the vision persists, and philosophy continues calling us to examine our lives, to pursue wisdom, to climb from cave toward light. To become who we are capable of becoming through the transformation that education promises, and that the Academy attempted, and that remains possible still for anyone willing to make the ascent, willing to do the work, willing to love wisdom enough to pursue it despite difficulties, despite obstacles, despite the fact that wisdom always exceeds our grasp, always remains beyond complete possession, always calls us forward toward understanding we can approach but never finally achieve. Toward light we can see but never fully bear, toward forms we can glimpse but never completely grasp, toward the good that stands beyond being, that illuminates all things, that makes knowledge possible, that gives meaning to philosophy, that justifies the Academy's 900 years, and that justifies our continued pursuit, our ongoing examination, our endless ascent toward wisdom that Plato loved and taught us to love. That the Academy embodied and that we inherit and that we must continue pursuing as long as philosophy lives, as long as humans wonder, as long as the examined life remains worth living, as long as Plato's vision continues inspiring those who believe that wisdom is worth pursuing, that truth is worth seeking, that the climb from cave to sun is worth making even though the ascent is difficult, even though the light is painful, even though we will never reach the summit, never fully escape the cave. Never completely see the forms, never grasp the good except in glimpses, in moments of insight, in flashes of understanding that fade but that sustain us in the pursuit, that justify the effort, that make the Academy's 900 years meaningful and that make our continued study of Plato worthwhile, and that make philosophy into calling rather than merely into subject, into way of life rather than merely into academic discipline, into transformation rather than merely into information. Into ascent rather than merely into learning, into the love of wisdom that Plato embodied and that the Academy preserved and that we inherit and that we must pass forward to those who come after, keeping alive the conversation, maintaining the tradition, continuing the examination that never ends, that always requires renewal, that each generation must embrace anew if philosophy is to continue, if wisdom is to be pursued, if the Academy's 900 years are to mean something more than history. Something more than past achievement, something that remains living tradition calling us still to continue the work Plato began, to pursue the wisdom he loved, to examine as he taught us to examine, to climb as he taught us to climb, to love wisdom as he loved wisdom, as the Academy loved wisdom, as we must love wisdom if philosophy is to survive, if the examined life is to continue, if Plato's vision is to remain alive and active and present rather than becoming merely historical, merely past. Merely something that once was but no longer is except in texts and memories, and the ruins of the garden where philosophers once walked pursuing wisdom, examining beliefs, ascending toward forms, climbing toward the good, loving wisdom in ways that transformed them, that made them philosophers, that made the Academy into sacred space, into community of inquiry, into institution that lasted 900 years before silence fell, but that continues in spirit, continues in influence. continues in the tradition it established, continues calling us to continue, to pursue, to examine, to climb, to love wisdom as Plato loved wisdom. As the Academy embodied that love, as we must embody it if we are to honor what Plato gave us, if we are to continue what the Academy preserved, if we are to keep alive the philosophical tradition that traces its origins to that garden, to that community, to that vision of education as transformation, of philosophy as ascent, of wisdom as pursuit that never ends but that makes life worth living, that makes the examined life the only life worth living, that justifies all the effort, all the difficulty, all the climbing because wisdom is worth it, truth is worth it, the forms are worth it, the good is worth it, philosophy is worth it. The Academy proved it was worth it by lasting 900 years, and we prove it continues being worth it by continuing the pursuit, by reading Plato, by studying philosophy, by examining our lives, by climbing from cave toward light, by pursuing wisdom that Plato pursued and that the Academy embodied and that we inherit and that we must continue pursuing as long as humans wonder, as long as philosophy lives, as long as wisdom remains the highest good, the deepest calling, the love that makes life meaningful, the pursuit that the Academy began and that we continue now, that we must continue always. That will never end as long as there are humans who wonder and who question and who examine and who climb and who love wisdom enough to pursue it wherever it leads. However difficult the ascent, however painful the light, however incomplete the understanding, because wisdom is worth pursuing even when wisdom exceeds our grasp, because the examined life is worth living even when examination brings no certainty, because philosophy is worth practicing even when philosophy provides no final answers. Because Plato was right that this is the only life worth living, that the Academy was right to devote 900 years to pursuing wisdom, that we are right to continue that pursuit now, to inherit that tradition, to honor that vision, to love wisdom as Plato loved wisdom, as the Academy taught wisdom love, as philosophy requires if philosophy is to be more than academic subject, more than intellectual puzzle, more than historical study, if philosophy is to be what Plato believed it was. The love of wisdom that transforms souls, that turns them from darkness toward light, that makes humans into what humans are capable of becoming when they pursue the highest good, when they examine their lives, when they climb from cave toward sun, when they love wisdom enough to give their lives to pursuing it as Plato gave his life, as the Academy gave 900 years, as we must give our commitment, our effort, our devotion if we are to honor what they gave us, if we are to continue what they began. If we are to keep alive the philosophical tradition that Plato founded in the grove of Academus, and that continues calling us across the centuries, across the silence, across the ruins, calling us to come, to study, to examine, to climb, to pursue wisdom, to love truth, to live philosophically, to become who we are capable of becoming through the transformation that education promises, and that the Academy attempted, and that remains possible for us if we answer the call, if we accept the challenge. If we love wisdom enough to pursue it as Plato pursued it, as the Academy embodied that pursuit, as we must pursue it if philosophy is to continue, if wisdom is to be sought, if the examined life is to remain possible, if Plato's vision is to remain alive rather than becoming only history, only past, only memory of something that once was but no longer is except in us, in our continued pursuit, in our ongoing examination, in our endless ascent toward wisdom that never ends. That always calls us higher, that always recedes as we approach, but that always remains worth pursuing, worth seeking, worth loving, because wisdom is what makes us human in the highest sense, what makes life worth living, what makes philosophy into more than academic subject, into calling, into transformation, into ascent from cave to sun, from shadow to reality, from ignorance to knowledge, from the love of beautiful things to beauty itself, from opinion to truth. From the examined life practiced individually to the examined life lived communally in institutions like the Academy that preserve and transmit and develop the philosophical tradition that each generation receives and transforms and passes forward to the next, keeping alive the conversation, maintaining the tradition, continuing the work that Plato began when he founded the Academy in the grove of Academus outside the walls of Athens 24 centuries ago. When he established there a community devoted to the pursuit of wisdom, when he created an institution that would last 900 years and whose influence would last forever because the vision was true, The questions were real. The love of wisdom was genuine, and philosophy continues calling us to continue that pursuit, to honor that tradition, to live that vision, to love wisdom as Plato loved wisdom, to examine as Plato taught examination, to climb as Plato showed the way to climb. To pursue the wisdom that Plato pursued and that the Academy embodied and that we inherit and that we must continue pursuing as long as philosophy lives. As long as humans wonder, as long as the examined life remains the only life worth living, the only life that honors what we are capable of becoming, the only life that pursues the highest good, the only life that loves wisdom enough to give everything to the pursuit, the only life that makes us worthy of inheriting what Plato gave us. What the Academy preserved, what philosophy offers to anyone willing to accept the challenge, willing to make the ascent, willing to love wisdom enough to pursue it wherever it leads, however difficult the journey, however incomplete the understanding, however forever beyond our complete grasp wisdom remains, because wisdom is worth pursuing not despite but because of its inexhaustibility, not despite but because it always exceeds our grasp, not despite but because the pursuit never ends. The examination continues always, the ascent goes on forever, and this is not failure but is philosophy's nature, is what Plato understood when he founded the Academy, is what the Academy embodied for 900 years, is what we inherit when we study Plato, is what we must embody if we are to honor his vision, continue his work, love wisdom as he loved wisdom, pursue truth as he pursued truth, examine life as he taught us to examine. Climb from cave to sun as he showed us the way to climb, becoming philosophers not by mastering doctrines but by loving wisdom, not by learning answers but by pursuing questions, not by achieving certainty but by examining carefully, by thinking deeply, by climbing steadily toward light that calls us still, that beckons us still, that promises nothing except the pursuit itself, the examination itself, the love itself, which is enough, which is everything. Which is what Plato gave us when he founded the Academy, which is what the Academy preserved for 900 years, which is what we receive when we read Plato, which is what we must pass forward to those who come after us if philosophy is to continue, if wisdom is to be pursued, if the examined life is to remain possible, if Plato's vision is to live on not just as history but as present reality, as ongoing tradition, as living philosophy that continues calling us to examine, to climb. To pursue, to love wisdom now and always, forever and without end, because this is what makes us human, what makes life meaningful, what makes philosophy into calling rather than subject, transformation rather than information, ascent rather than merely learning, the love of wisdom that Plato embodied, that the Academy preserved, that we inherit, that we must continue, that never ends. Plato wrote philosophy not as treatise but as drama, not as systematic exposition but as conversation, not in his own voice proclaiming truths but through characters who speak and question and respond, who disagree and examine and sometimes reach understanding while often ending in puzzlement, in aporia, in the recognition that the question is more difficult than it seemed, that the obvious answer will not suffice, that wisdom requires acknowledging how much we do not know. This choice of form was not accidental, was not merely stylistic preference, was itself philosophical statement about what philosophy is and how it should be practiced, about what can and cannot be taught through writing, about the relationship between living dialogue and dead text, about how understanding develops and why it cannot simply be transmitted like information, but must be achieved through each person's own thinking, own examining, own participation in the philosophical conversation that the dialogues enact and invite us to join. The dialogue form allows Plato to present philosophy dramatically rather than dogmatically, to show philosophical inquiry in action rather than merely stating its conclusions, to make visible the process of examination rather than simply announcing results. We witness Socrates meeting someone in the gymnasium, in the marketplace, at a dinner party, on a country walk, and a conversation begins. The conversation starts naturally, emerges from the situation, addresses questions that arise organically rather than being imposed artificially. Someone makes a claim, offers a definition, expresses confidence about understanding some concept: justice, courage, piety, knowledge, beauty, virtue. And then the questioning begins, gentle at first, seemingly innocent, asking for clarification, requesting examples, probing to see whether the proposed understanding can withstand examination. The interlocutor responds, refines the definition, tries to accommodate the examples that Socrates raises, attempts to maintain the claim that they understand what they're talking about. But gradually or sometimes suddenly contradictions appear. The definition proves too narrow or too broad, excludes cases it should include or includes cases it should exclude. The explanation fails to account for obvious examples. The confident assertion reveals itself as confused, as inadequate, as not actually understanding what it claimed to understand. The interlocutor becomes frustrated, defensive, sometimes angry. Socrates remains calm, claims he is learning rather than teaching, insists he knows nothing, and is merely asking questions to understand what others claim to know. This is the elenchus, the examination, the testing, the refutation that exposes false claims to knowledge, that reveals the difference between genuine understanding and mere opinion, that shows that what seems obvious often dissolves under questioning into confusion and contradiction. But the elenchus is not hostile, is not intended to humiliate, is not about winning arguments or showing off cleverness. The goal is truth, is helping the interlocutor recognize their own ignorance so they can begin genuine inquiry, can replace false certainty with appropriate uncertainty, can pursue wisdom rather than remaining content with unexamined opinion. The dialogue form makes this process visible in ways that treatise cannot. We see the resistance, the reluctance to abandon cherished beliefs, the difficulty of genuine examination, the discomfort of aporia, the human dimension of philosophy that systematic exposition obscures. We see that philosophy is not just about arguments but about people, not just about logic but about character, not just about reaching true conclusions, but about the transformation that occurs when someone genuinely examines their beliefs and discovers that they do not know what they thought they knew. But the dialogue form also creates interpretive challenges. Plato never speaks in his own voice, never appears as character in the dialogues except perhaps briefly in the Apology and Phaedo where he is mentioned as being present or absent, never tells us directly what he believes or what we should conclude. The characters speak Socrates usually, but also Protagoras and Gorgias and Thrasymachus and Callicles and many others, and we must decide what to make of what they say. Are Socrates' arguments Plato's own views? Or is Socrates a character, a literary creation who may or may not represent what Plato actually believed? When Socrates says something in an early dialogue that contradicts what he says in a late dialogue, does this represent Plato's changing views, or are the dialogues independent works, each exploring different possibilities without committing to any? The Socratic problem, the question of how the Socrates of Plato's dialogues relates to the historical Socrates, admits no definitive answer. Scholars have debated for centuries which dialogues represent the historical Socrates most accurately, which preserve his actual views and methods, which are Plato's own developments that he attributes to Socrates as literary character rather than as historical person. The conventional wisdom distinguishes early dialogues that are more Socratic from middle and late dialogues that develop distinctively Platonic doctrines. But the boundaries are disputed, the criteria are uncertain, and ultimately we cannot separate Plato's Socrates from the historical Socrates with confidence because we have no independent source that would allow us to judge Plato's accuracy. Perhaps this uncertainty is itself part of the teaching. Perhaps Plato understood that what mattered was not preserving Socrates' exact words or documenting his precise beliefs, but was transmitting the method, the practice, the way of examining that anyone could learn and employ. By writing dialogues rather than treatises, by making Socrates into character rather than into mouthpiece for doctrines, by inviting readers to participate actively rather than receive passively, Plato preserved something essential about Socratic philosophy, that it is practice rather than doctrine, activity rather than information, transformation rather than transmission. The dialogues vary greatly in style, structure, and subject matter. Some are relatively short, focused on single question, ending in aporia without reaching positive conclusions. Others are long and complex, developing elaborate theories, constructing detailed arguments, presenting myths and images alongside dialectical reasoning. The Republic is longest and most systematic, constructs an ideal city to understand justice, develops theory of forms and educational program in metaphysics and political philosophy and aesthetics, all woven together into comprehensive vision. The symposium presents a drinking party where speakers praise Eros, culminating in Socrates' account of Diotima's teaching about love's ascent from particular beauties to beauty itself. The Phaedo records Socrates' final conversations about immortality of the soul before drinking the hemlock. The Timaeus presents cosmological myth about Demiurge creating ordered cosmos from chaos. The Parmenides subjects theory of forms to devastating criticism. The Theaetetus examines knowledge without reaching satisfactory definition. Each dialogue is world unto itself, is journey through philosophical terrain, is invitation to think along with the characters, to examine their arguments, to reach conclusions or aporia through one's own engagement rather than through passive reception. The dialogues do not build systematically on each other, do not present Platonic philosophy as unified system that can be mastered by reading them in order. They circle around related questions, explore problems from different angles, develop insights and also acknowledge difficulties, present doctrines and also raise objections, teach by provoking thought rather than by providing answers. The dramatic settings matter are not just stage addressing, but contribute to meaning. The Republic is set in the Piraeus at the home of a wealthy medic during a religious festival, and the conversation about justice emerges from this context of commerce and cosmopolitanism and religious observance. The symposium takes place at a drinking party celebrating a poet's victory, and the speeches about love reflect the symposium's atmosphere of wit and competition and erotic banter. The Phaedo is set in Socrates' prison cell on the day of his execution, and the discussion of immortality gains urgency and poignancy from the fact that Socrates will die that day, that the question of what happens after death is not abstract but immediate. The characters, too, are not just names, but are historical figures who Plato's original audience would have known or known about, whose presence in the dialogue carries associations and implications. Thrasymachus was known as rhetorician and sophist, so his aggressive defense of injustice as natural and advantageous in Republic book reflects his actual reputation. Alcibiades was notorious for his beauty, brilliance, and moral unreliability, so his appearance at the end of the symposium praising Socrates while drunk and wearing a crown of ivy carries ironic weight. He is one who heard Socrates' teaching about virtue but failed to live according to it, who was attracted to philosophy but corrupted by ambition and desire. The dialogue form also allows Plato to use myth when argument reaches its limits, when philosophy encounters questions that exceed what demonstration can establish. The myth of at the end of the Republic shows souls choosing their next lives, taking responsibility for their choices even while constrained by lots and circumstances, suggests that free will and divine justice coexist mysteriously, that philosophy can illuminate but not fully explain how choice and fate interact, how souls are accountable for lives they choose but do not completely control. The myth of the cave shows the philosopher's painful journey from darkness to light, suggests through image what dialectical argument approaches without fully capturing, teaches through story what syllogism cannot demonstrate. The myths are not mere illustrations, not decorative additions to philosophical arguments, not concessions to those who cannot follow pure reasoning. The myths convey insights that argument cannot establish, point toward truths that exceed what philosophy can prove, addressed dimensions of human experience, hope and fear, meaning and purpose, justice and accountability that require more than logic, that call for imagination as well as reason, that speak to whole soul rather than to intellect alone. Reading Plato's dialogues requires active participation, requires that we become interlocutors, requires engaging with arguments rather than just noting conclusions, questioning assumptions rather than accepting what characters say, thinking through problems rather than memorizing solutions. The dialogues reward slow reading, careful attention, willingness to pause and consider, to question and examine, to think along with Socrates rather than simply absorbing information about what Plato believed. They frustrate readers who want clear doctrines, definitive answers, systematic philosophy that can be outlined and studied efficiently. They delight readers who enjoy philosophical inquiry, who value questions as much as answers, who understand that philosophy is activity rather than subject matter, practice rather than theory, transformation rather than information. The dialogue form ensures that Plato remains living presence rather than dead authority, remains philosopher who provokes rather than teacher who instructs, remains thinker who invites engagement rather than sage who pronounces truths. We cannot simply agree with Plato because Plato never tells us directly what to think. We must read the dialogues, examine the arguments, think through the problems, reach our own conclusions about what is being taught, what is being questioned, what remains open. This is exactly what Socrates wanted, not disciples who repeat the master's words, but philosophers who think for themselves, who examine carefully, who pursue wisdom rather than claiming possession of it. The voices speak across centuries: Socrates and Thrasymachus debating justice, Diotima teaching about love's ascent, Timaeus describing cosmic creation, Parmenides questioning the forms, Socrates drinking hemlock and discussing immortality with friends who weep but cannot dissuade him. The voices remain distinct, remain characters rather than dissolving into Plato's voice, remain interlocutors in ongoing conversation that we join when we read, that we continue when we think, that we participate in when we examine our own beliefs with the care that Socrates demonstrated, with the rigor that dialectic requires, with the love of wisdom that philosophy names, and that the dialogues enact and invite us to practice not by reading alone but by living philosophically. By examining constantly, by pursuing wisdom not as something we can possess but as something we can love, can seek, can approach asymptotically through dialogue and examination, and the kind of thinking that the dialogues model and provoke and demand from anyone who engages with them seriously, who reads them philosophically rather than merely historically, who treats them as invitations to think rather than as documents to be studied, who becomes participant in conversations that are 24 centuries old but that remain alive because the questions persist, because philosophy continues, because wisdom remains worth pursuing, because the examined life that Socrates lived and that Plato preserved through writing dialogues about it remains the only life worth living for anyone who loves wisdom, who values truth, who seeks understanding, who refuses to accept unexamined opinion as substitute for genuine knowledge, who climbs from cave toward sun, who ascends from particulars to forms, who pursues the good that stands beyond being, who loves beauty itself more than beautiful things, who examines life rather than living unexaminedly, who becomes philosopher not by mastering Plato's doctrines but by practicing Plato's method, by engaging in dialogue, by thinking carefully, by loving wisdom enough to pursue it despite difficulties, despite uncertainties, despite the fact that wisdom always exceeds our grasp. Always remains beloved that philosophy loves without ever fully possessing, always calls us forward toward understanding that recedes as we approach but that remains worth pursuing because the pursuit itself transforms us, because the examined life itself makes us philosophical, because thinking carefully about fundamental questions makes us more fully human even when we reach no final answers, even when we end in aporia rather than certainty, even when the dialogue continues rather than concluding. Which is exactly what Plato intended when he chose dialogue form rather than treatise form, when he made Socrates into character rather than into mouthpiece, when he invited us to participate rather than merely to receive, when he wrote philosophy as drama rather than as doctrine, as conversation rather than as monologue, as ongoing examination rather than as settled truth, ensuring that his philosophy would remain alive across centuries, would continue provoking thought, would keep calling readers to examine. To question, to think, to pursue wisdom in ways that reading treatises cannot provoke, that studying systems cannot inspire, that accepting doctrines cannot achieve, because wisdom requires participation, requires activity, requires that we do philosophy rather than just reading about it, requires that we become philosophers rather than remaining students of philosophy, requires that we join the conversation that the dialogues enact, that we add our voices to the voices that speak across centuries. That we continue the examination that Socrates began and that Plato preserved by writing dialogues that remain alive because they do not conclude, because they provoke rather than satisfy, because they call us into philosophical engagement that each reader must enact anew, that each generation must pursue again, that continues as long as humans wonder, as long as philosophy lives, as long as wisdom remains worth pursuing, as long as the examined life remains the only life worth living. As long as Plato's dialogues continue speaking in many voices, continue inviting us to add our voices, continue calling us to examine, to question, to think, to pursue wisdom through dialogue and examination and the kind of philosophical activity that the dialogues model and that we must practice if we are to honor what Plato gave us, if we are to continue what Socrates began, if we are to live philosophically rather than merely studying philosophy. If we are to become who we are capable of becoming through the transformation that philosophy promises, and that the dialogues enact and that remains possible for us if we read them rightly, if we engage with them philosophically, if we let them provoke us into thinking, examining, questioning, pursuing wisdom that the dialogues point toward without providing, that they invite us to seek without giving us, that they make us love without letting us possess, because wisdom is not possession but pursuit. Not having but seeking, not conclusion but ongoing examination, not answers but questions, not certainty but careful thinking about fundamental matters that admit no easy resolution, that require continued engagement, that call us always to continue the conversation, to add our voices to the voices that speak in Plato's dialogues, to participate in the examination that continues across centuries, that never ends, that each generation inherits and transforms and passes forward. Keeping alive the conversation, maintaining the tradition, continuing the love of wisdom that Socrates embodied, that Plato preserved through dialogue form that we receive when we read the dialogues, that we must continue if philosophy is to live, if wisdom is to be pursued, if the examined life is to remain possible, if Plato's voices are to continue speaking, if the dialogue is to continue, if philosophy is to be more than historical subject, more than academic discipline, more than texts to be studied. If philosophy is to be what Plato believed it was. The love of wisdom that transforms souls, that makes us philosophers, that makes life worth living, that makes the examined life the only life worth living, that the dialogues enact through many voices speaking, questioning, examining, pursuing wisdom through conversation that continues still, that calls us still, that invites us still to join, to participate, to add our voices. To continue the dialogue that Plato began 24 centuries ago, and that continues now in anyone who reads the dialogues philosophically, who engages with them seriously, who lets them provoke thought, who joins the conversation, who becomes philosopher through participating in dialogue that never ends, that always continues, that remains forever open, forever calling us to examine, to question, to think, to pursue wisdom through the dialogue that speaks in many voices, that invites our voice too. That makes us participants in philosophy's ongoing conversation, in the examination that continues always, in the love of wisdom that Plato embodied and that the dialogues preserve and that we inherit, and that we must continue by reading, by thinking, by examining, by pursuing wisdom through dialogue that speaks still, that calls still, that invites still, that never ends. Before birth, Plato suggested in several dialogues, the soul existed in a realm beyond this physical world, gazed upon eternal forms with perfect clarity, knew beauty and justice and truth directly without the obscuration that embodiment brings. understood with complete understanding what in earthly life we struggle to grasp through reasoning that is always imperfect, always partial, always striving toward knowledge that in the pre-embodied state came without effort, without argument. Without the difficulty that characterizes all human thinking about abstract matters, about forms that transcend sense experience, about realities that reason approaches but never completely comprehends. But birth is trauma, is the soul's descent from that blessed state into physical body, is forgetting, obscuration, the fall from clarity into confusion. The body distracts the soul with its needs and desires, turns attention downward toward physical things rather than upward toward forms, makes knowledge difficult because embodied existence is fundamentally oriented toward the sensible world, toward particulars rather than universals, toward changing things rather than eternal truths. The soul that once knew directly now must reason indirectly, must ascend laboriously through stages of cognition from imaging to belief to thinking to knowledge, must work to recover what it once possessed effortlessly. This is the doctrine of recollection anamnesis in Greek, the teaching that learning is remembering, that knowledge is recovery of what the soul once knew but has forgotten, that education is not filling empty vessels but is drawing out what is already latent within, is helping the soul give birth to understanding it possessed before embodiment but can no longer access directly, must access through the difficult work of reasoning that is really reminiscence. Is really the soul's effort to remember what it knew in that prior existence before birth, before the trauma of embodiment, before the forgetting that makes human life a struggle for knowledge rather than a resting in knowledge effortlessly possessed. The most famous illustration of recollection appears in Plato's Meno. Socrates encounters a slave boy who has never studied geometry, who has no mathematical education, who is simply an ordinary person without specialized knowledge. Socrates draws a square in the sand, asks the boy questions about it. What would happen if we doubled the square's area? How long would the sides of the new square be? The boy makes mistakes at first, proposes answers that turn out to be wrong. But through careful questioning, without teaching directly, without providing information, Socrates leads the boy to discover the correct answer, that to double the square's area, you must construct a square on the diagonal of the original square. The point is not the mathematical result, but the philosophical claim that the boy discovered this truth through his own thinking, that no one taught him, that Socrates merely asked questions that prompted the boy to think carefully, that the knowledge must therefore have been in the boy all along, latent, waiting to be awakened, available through reminiscence even though the boy had never consciously known it before this moment. Where did this knowledge come from if not from teaching, if not from sense experience? Plato's answer, from the soul's pre-embodied existence, from the time when it knew the forms directly, from the knowledge that birth obscured but did not completely erase, that remains accessible through the right kind of questioning, through the examined thinking that philosophy practices, through recollection that is learning but is really remembering. The doctrine fits with Plato's metaphysics and epistemology. If forms exist independently of sensible particulars, if knowledge is of forms rather than of changing things, if genuine understanding requires grasping eternal truths rather than accumulating opinions about temporal matters, then how do we access forms? Sense perception shows us only particulars, only changing things, only imperfect copies of forms rather than forms themselves. Reasoning can lead us toward forms, can help us think beyond particulars to universals, beyond changing things to eternal patterns. But where does reasoning get its starting points? How does it know what to look for? How does the soul recognize forms when it thinks about them if it has never encountered them? Recollection answers these questions. The soul has encountered forms before birth in pre-embodied existence. Birth is forgetting, but not complete erasure. The knowledge remains latent, can be awakened through questioning, through examination, through the kind of thinking that Socrates practices, that helps souls give birth to understanding they possessed but could not access without help, without the maieutic art that Socrates compared to midwifery, that assists birth without creating what is born, that draws out rather than putting in, that helps souls remember rather than teaching them new information. but the doctrine raises obvious questions. Do we really believe in pre-existence of souls? Is this literal metaphysics, or is it myth that points towards something about knowledge without being literally true? Can we have innate knowledge without requiring actual pre-existence? Modern philosophy has struggled with these questions, has generally rejected literal pre-existence while often retaining something like innate ideas, a priori knowledge, rational intuitions that are not derived from experience, that seem to be built into how minds work rather than being learned from the world. Plato himself may have recognized that pre-existence was mythical rather than literal, was a way of expressing insight about knowledge that required imaginative story rather than straightforward argument. The Meno presents recollection, but Socrates acknowledges that he cannot prove it, that he is not certain about all details, that the teaching about souls and reincarnation and remembering comes from priests and priestesses and poets rather than from philosophical demonstration. The doctrine is presented tentatively, as likely story rather than as proven truth, as way of thinking about knowledge that illuminates even if it is not literally accurate. What remains compelling, even if we reject literal pre-existence, is the insight about how understanding develops. Learning is not passive reception of information, cannot be accomplished simply by telling someone facts. Genuine understanding requires active thinking, requires that learners construct knowledge through their own mental activity, requires that they think through problems rather than merely accepting solutions, requires that they participate actively in reasoning rather than receiving passively what others have figured out. This is what Socrates' questioning accomplishes, provokes thinking, stimulates reasoning, draws out understanding that emerges from within rather than being imposed from without. The doctrine also captures something about how knowledge feels the experience of recognizing truth, of feeling that you knew this already even though you could not have articulated it before this moment, of discovering what seems to have been waiting to be discovered, rather than being created in the discovery. Mathematical truths especially have this quality. When you grasp a proof, when you understand why something must be true, it feels like recognition rather than like learning something entirely new, feels like you are seeing what was always there rather than constructing something novel. The soul's pre-existence also connects to Plato's arguments for immortality. If the soul existed before birth, if it is the kind of thing that can exist without body, then perhaps it continues existing after death, perhaps embodiment is temporary episode in soul's longer existence. Perhaps we should care more about soul's health than about body's pleasures. Perhaps philosophy's task is preparing soul for its return to the realm of forms, is purifying soul of body's contaminations, is turning soul away from sensible things toward intelligible realities. Is training soul to live according to reason rather than according to appetite, is making soul fit for the life it will live after body dies and soul is freed from embodiment's constraints. The Phaedo develops these connections most fully. On the day of his death, Socrates discusses immortality with friends who want to believe but struggle with doubt, who want reassurance that death is not the end, that Socrates will continue existing after drinking hemlock, that they will see him again if souls are immortal, that caring about virtue and wisdom makes sense if soul outlasts body, that philosophy's preference for contemplation over pleasure is justified if soul's true home is with forms rather than with sensible things. Socrates offers several arguments for immortality, acknowledges their limitations, admits that complete certainty is not possible, suggests that belief rather than knowledge is appropriate here, that hope rather than proof is what death allows. But whether souls are immortal, whether they pre-exist, whether recollection accurately describes how we acquire knowledge, these remain questions that Plato raises without definitively settling, that he explores through myth and argument and dialogue, that he invites readers to consider rather than demanding belief, that he treats as worthy of examination even though examination may not yield certainty, may not produce proof that compels assent, may leave us with tentative conclusions, with likely stories. With beliefs we hold hopefully rather than with knowledge we possess confidently. The realm where souls remembered what they forgot remains uncertain, may be literal truth, may be beautiful myth, may be imaginative expression of insight about knowledge that is true even if the mythical framework is not literally accurate. But what is certain is that Plato took seriously the questions about how knowledge is possible, about where understanding comes from, about how we access truths that transcend sense experience, about how souls can know forms that are not in the sensible world, about how education works and what teachers do, and what learners contribute to their own learning. And in exploring these questions, in offering recollection as possible answer, in suggesting that the soul knew before birth what it struggles to know during life, in proposing that learning is remembering and that knowledge is recovery of what was forgotten in all this, Plato gave philosophy a way of thinking about knowledge that has proven enduringly fruitful. That has shaped how Western thought conceives learning and understanding and the mysterious process by which minds grasp truths that sense experience does not provide, that reason approaches without sense perception's help, that philosophy pursues through examination and dialogue, and the kind of thinking that draws out rather than putting in, that awakens rather than creating, that helps souls remember what they knew but forgot, what birth obscured but did not erase. What remains accessible through the right kind of questioning, through the examined life that philosophy practices, through recollection that is learning but is really remembering, is recovery of knowledge that the soul possessed before embodiment, that belongs to soul's true nature, that embodiment obscures but cannot completely destroy, that philosophy can recover through the ascent from cave toward sun, from sensible things toward forms, from opinion toward knowledge, from forgetting toward remembering. From the ignorance that embodiment brings toward the wisdom that soul possessed before birth and can recover through philosophy's practice, through Socratic examination, through the kind of thinking that is really reminiscence, really the soul's effort to remember what it knew in that blessed state before trauma of birth, before forgetting that makes human life a struggle for wisdom that once came effortlessly, that once was possessed without effort, that now requires the examined life, the philosophical practice. The love of wisdom that pursues what it once possessed but now has lost, what it remembers dimly but cannot grasp completely, what it seeks through philosophy because philosophy is essentially reminiscence, essentially the soul's effort to remember, to recover, to return to the knowledge it possessed before birth, before embodiment, before the forgetting that makes us human, that makes us need philosophy, that makes the examined life necessary because without examination we remain in the cave, remain in ignorance. Remain forgetting what we once knew, what we can remember if we examine carefully, if we think deeply, if we pursue wisdom with the love that Plato called philosophy, that he practiced through dialogue and examination and the kind of questioning that helps souls remember, that draws out knowledge that was always there, that assists birth of understanding that was latent, that makes learning into remembering, that makes philosophy into the recovery of what the soul knew before birth. What it forgot in the trauma of embodiment, what it can remember through the examined life, through the ascent from cave to sun, through the return to the realm of forms where souls once dwelt, where they knew directly what in embodied life they know only indirectly, where they possess the wisdom that in earthly existence they can only pursue, can only love, can only approach without fully grasping, can only remember without completely recovering, because embodiment obscures, because forgetting is deep. Because the return to the realm of forms requires death or requires philosophy so complete that soul transcends body while still embodied, achieves liberation while still living, remembers so completely that forgetting is overcome, that the soul returns to its proper home while still dwelling in cave, still living in body, still existing in the world of becoming while knowing the realm of being, still particular while grasping universals, still temporal while touching eternal. Still human while becoming philosophical, still learning while remembering, still pursuing wisdom while recovering knowledge that the soul possessed before birth, that it knew in pre-embodied existence, that it can remember through philosophy's practice, through examination's discipline, through the love of wisdom that Plato taught, that he embodied, that he made into doctrine of recollection, suggesting that all learning is remembering, all knowledge is recovery. All philosophy is the soul's effort to return to what it was before embodiment, to remember what it knew before forgetting, to recover the wisdom it possessed before birth, to become again what it was in that blessed state before the trauma that made us human, that made us need philosophy, that made the examined life the only path back to the realm where souls remembered what they forgot, where knowledge came without effort, where wisdom was possessed rather than pursued, where the soul was home rather than exiled. Where being with forms was natural rather than achievement, where the realm of eternal light was dwelling place rather than distant goal, where souls knew and remembered and possessed what in earthly life they can only pursue, only love, only approach through philosophy that is essentially reminiscence, essentially remembering, essentially the soul's return to what it was before birth, before forgetting, before the fall into embodiment that made us need the ascent back toward forms, back toward the good. Back toward the realm where souls remembered what they forgot, what they must remember again through philosophy's practice, through examination's discipline, through the love of wisdom that draws souls upward, that helps them remember, that makes learning into recovering, that makes philosophy into return, into remembering, into the soul's journey home to the realm it left when it was born, to the knowledge it possessed before it forgot, to the wisdom it must recover through the examined life, through Socratic questioning. Through recollection that Plato taught was how souls learn, how minds know, how philosophy accesses forms, how we remember what we forgot, how learning is really recovery of knowledge latent within, waiting to be awakened, ready to be remembered by souls that once knew but now have forgotten, that must remember through philosophy if they are to return home, if they are to recover wisdom, if they are to know again what they knew before birth, before embodiment. Before the forgetting that made us human and that makes philosophy necessary, that makes the examined life the path back to remembering, back to knowing, back to the realm where souls remembered what in earthly life they forgot, what they must recover through philosophy, what they can remember through examination, what they will know again when body dies and soul returns to its proper home, to the realm of forms, to the eternal light where souls remember, where they know. Where they dwell with beauty and justice and truth that they knew before birth, that they forgot in embodiment, that they can remember through philosophy, that they will possess again when the soul returns home, when forgetting ends, when memory is restored, when the soul remembers finally and completely what it knew before it forgot, what it pursued through philosophy, what it loved through examination, what it sought through the ascent from cave to sun, from forgetting to remembering, from ignorance to knowledge. From the realm of becoming to the realm of being where souls remember what they forgot, where knowledge is recovered, where wisdom is possessed again, where the soul is home. In the longest, most complex, most influential of Plato's dialogues, Socrates and his companions construct in speech what they cannot build in reality, an ideal city, perfectly just, where each person occupies their natural role according to their capacities and their nature, where philosophers govern because they alone understand the good, where guardians protect because they have spirit and courage, where workers produce because they have skills and capacities for making. Where justice means each class performing its proper function without interfering with others, where the city's structure mirrors the soul's structure, where harmony between classes corresponds to harmony between reason and spirit and appetite within each person, where individual justice and political justice are fundamentally the same, where virtue governs and wisdom rules and the good determines policy rather than opinion or appetite or the pursuit of power for its own sake. The dialogue does not begin with politics, but with justice, with the question of what justice is, whether it is good in itself or only good for its consequences, whether the just person is happier than the unjust person, whether justice benefits those who practice it, or whether Thrasymachus is right that justice is advantage of the stronger, that the truly rational person seeks to appear just while actually being unjust. That reputation for justice is valuable, but justice itself is burden that fools accept and clever people avoid. Socrates insists that justice is intrinsically good, that the just soul is healthier than the unjust soul, that virtue is its own reward, and that the philosopher who understands this will choose justice over injustice even when injustice could go unpunished, even when no one would know, even when unjust action would bring advantage without consequences. But to understand individual justice, Socrates suggests constructing a city in speech, building an ideal political community where justice will be visible in large letters, where we can see in political structure what is harder to see in individual souls, where the pattern of justice can be examined clearly before applying insights to the individual case. The construction begins simply a city to satisfy basic needs, with farmers and craftsmen and traders exchanging goods, with division of labor allowing specialization and efficiency, with each person doing what they do best rather than trying to do everything themselves. This is the healthy city, the city without luxury, the community that lives simply and justly because desires are moderate and needs are basic and everyone contributes according to their abilities. But Glaucon objects this is city of pigs, not city of humans who want more than bread and olives, who desire luxury and refinement and pleasure, who will not be satisfied with simple life even if simple life would be healthier. So the city is expanded, becomes luxurious, requires more territory to support its appetites, comes into conflict with neighboring cities over resources, needs warriors to defend it and to conquer others, becomes the feverish city that requires purging if it is to become healthy again, if it is to be just rather than merely successful, if it is to serve the good rather than serving unlimited appetites that can never be satisfied, that always demand more. That make injustice inevitable because scarcity cannot satisfy unlimited desires. The guardians who will protect the city must be educated carefully through music and poetry that shape soul properly, through physical training that makes bodies strong and disciplined, through censorship that protects young from corrupting influences, from stories that show gods and heroes behaving badly, from poetry that encourages weakness or cowardice or injustice. The education is comprehensive, shapes character before reason is fully developed, creates dispositions that will make philosophical education possible later for those capable of it, prepares souls to love what is noble and to hate what is base, creates harmony between reason and spirit and appetite so that the whole person is ordered rightly, so that reason rules and spirit supports reason's rule and appetite is controlled rather than controlling. The guardians live communally, no private property, no family, no individual interests that might compete with city's good. Children are raised collectively, do not know their biological parents, call all guardians of appropriate age mother or father, belong to city rather than to family, have no private attachments that might make them care more about relatives than about city's welfare. The arrangement is designed to create unity, to prevent faction, to ensure that guardians serve the common good rather than pursuing private interests. Plato knows the arrangement is radical, knows it contradicts normal human attachments, defends it as necessary if the city is to avoid the divisions that private property and family create. If guardians are to remain incorruptible, if they are to be truly guardians of city, rather than guardians of their own interests who happen to serve the city when interests align, but who abandon city when private interests conflict with public good. The philosopher kings emerge from this guardian class, those who show greatest aptitude for learning, who proceed through stages of mathematical education, who master dialectic, who glimpse the form of the good, who can govern according to knowledge rather than opinion, who understand eternal patterns and can shape city to approximate ideal, who rule not because they want power, but because they understand that the city needs those who know to guide those who do not know. That reason must govern if justice is to be achieved, that philosophers must be compelled to return to cave and govern even though they would prefer to remain in sunlight contemplating forms. This is the pattern of the ideal city, reason ruling, spirit supporting reason, appetite controlled, each person doing what they do best, no one interfering with others' functions, harmony achieved through proper ordering, justice realized through right relationships between parts. And this pattern, Socrates argues, is also pattern of just soul reason must rule, spirit must support reason, appetite must be controlled, the parts must be harmoniously ordered with each performing its proper function. Justice within the person mirrors justice within the city, individual virtue reflects political virtue, The well-ordered soul resembles the well-ordered state. But Socrates acknowledges that this city probably cannot exist on earth, that it is pattern laid up in heaven rather than blueprint for actual construction, that its value is a standard by which to judge real cities rather than as practical political program, that the ideal matters more for showing what justice would require than for being achievable, that the republic is philosophical thought experiment rather than political proposal. He suggests that the ideal city might come into being if philosophers became kings or kings became philosophers, if by chance those who understand the good came to power or those in power came to understand the good, but he acknowledges this is unlikely, acknowledges that actual cities will always fall short of the ideal, acknowledges that political reality resists philosophical reformation, that power and wisdom rarely coincide, that those who seek power usually lack wisdom and those who have wisdom usually avoid power. The objections to Plato's ideal city are numerous and serious. The Republic eliminates family among guardians, creates community of wives and children that seems to deny natural human attachments, that treats people as interchangeable units serving state rather than as individuals with their own lives and loves and bonds. The Republic censors poetry, controls education, uses noble lies to maintain social order, limits freedom for sake of unity, sacrifices individual autonomy for collective harmony. The Republic puts enormous power in philosophers' hands, assumes they will remain incorruptible, does not guard against possibility that philosopher-kings might become tyrants, that those who claim to know the good might be wrong or might use knowledge as justification for oppression, that combining philosophical authority with political power creates dangers that Plato did not adequately consider. The Republic's class structure seems rigid, hereditary, deterministic. You are born into a class and education sorts you according to natural capacities. And while there is some mobility, children of guardians who lack capacity are demoted, children of workers who show capacity are promoted. The system fundamentally assumes that people have fixed natures that determine their roles, that not everyone is capable of philosophy, that the city requires inequality, that justice means accepting hierarchy rather than striving for equality, that some are naturally suited to rule while others are naturally suited to obey. Modern readers often find the Republic totalitarian, find its collectivism oppressive, find its elimination of privacy disturbing, find its confidence that philosophers know best to be dangerous arrogance, find its assumption that the city's good trumps individual rights to be tyrannical, find its noble lies to be propaganda, find its censorship to be thought control, find its education to be indoctrination. Find the whole vision to be beautiful impossibility at best and blueprint for totalitarianism at worst. The objections are serious, admit no easy answers, raise questions about whether Plato understood the dangers in his vision, whether he meant the Republic literally or whether he knew he was constructing impossible ideal, whether he expected anyone to try implementing it, or whether he intended it only as philosophical examination of what justice would require if justice could be perfectly realized. Scholars debate endlessly about how to read the Republic as serious political proposal, as ironic impossibility that shows why philosophy and politics cannot be reconciled, as pattern in heaven that judges earth without expecting to be built on earth, as exploration of justice that uses political construction as device for understanding individual virtue, as comprehensive philosophy that addresses metaphysics and epistemology and ethics and politics and aesthetics all woven together into unified vision, as dialogue that must be read carefully with attention to dramatic context and to what is said and what is left unsaid and what the form teaches alongside the content. What is clear is that the Republic has been enormously influential, has shaped how Western philosophy thinks about justice, about the relationship between individual and society, about the possibility of ideal political order, about the relationship between philosophy and politics, about the examined life and how it should be lived, about the forms and knowledge and education, about virtue and happiness and the good life. Whether we agree with Plato's vision or object to it, whether we find it inspiring or disturbing, whether we think it is noble ideal or dangerous fantasy, we cannot ignore it, cannot dismiss it, cannot avoid engaging with questions it raises about how we should live, how societies should be ordered, what justice requires, whether wisdom should govern. Whether the examined life pursued collectively could create just city, or whether justice remains forever individual achievement that political structures can support but cannot create, can protect but cannot guarantee, can aspire toward but cannot fully realize. The republic that never was built remains pattern that judges actual cities, remains vision that shows the gap between how things are and how they might be if wisdom truly governed, remains impossible ideal that matters not because it can be achieved but because it shows what achievement would require, what we sacrifice when we settle for less, what justice truly is even when justice cannot be perfectly realized, what the good demands even when we cannot perfectly follow its demands. The city in speech remains to provoke thought, to inspire aspiration, to judge reality, to call us toward justice even when justice exceeds our grasp, to show us the form even when we live among shadows, to be pattern laid up in heaven that illuminates earth even from distance, that guides even when it cannot be reached, that teaches even when it cannot be built, that makes the examined life political as well as personal. That suggests philosophy must concern itself with how we live together as well as how we live individually, that the city's justice matters as much as soul's justice, that we cannot fully be just alone but need just city, need community ordered rightly, need political structures that support virtue rather than undermining it, need the republic even if we cannot build it, need the vision even if vision cannot become reality, need the ideal even if ideal remains impossible. Because without the ideal we have no standard, no pattern, no way to judge whether actual cities are just or unjust, no way to know what we should aspire to, no way to climb from cave toward sun except by glimpsing the city that should be even though it cannot be, the justice that ought to govern even though it does not govern, the good that should determine policy even though power and opinion and appetite determine actual politics, the philosopher kings who should rule even though they do not rule. The examined life lived collectively even though it remains mostly individual achievement, the republic that never was built but that remains forever the pattern that shows us what justice is, what it requires, why it matters, why we should pursue it even when pursuit does not succeed, even when the city remains unjust, even when power corrupts wisdom and opinion overrules knowledge and appetite overwhelms reason. Even when the ideal cannot be realized, we need the ideal to show us what we have lost, what we might have gained, what justice is even when justice is not, what the republic represents even though the republic was never built, what Plato envisioned even though vision could not be actualized, what the examined life aspires to even when aspiration exceeds achievement, what philosophy promises even when promise cannot be kept. What the pattern laid up in heaven shows us even though heaven remains forever above us, forever beyond us, forever the ideal that judges our reality without becoming our reality, forever the city that never was built but that shows us what cities ought to be, what justice requires, what wisdom would create if wisdom governed, what the good demands if we would serve it, what the examined life lived collectively might achieve if we could build the republic. If we could make philosophers into kings or kings into philosophers, if we could order the city as soul should be ordered, if we could achieve the harmony and unity and justice that Plato envisioned, but that remains forever the vision that cannot be realized, the republic that cannot be built, the ideal that cannot be achieved but that matters because ideals matter, because patterns matter, because the form of justice matters even when we cannot perfectly embody it. Because the good calls us even when we cannot perfectly follow, because Plato's Republic shows us what we should aspire to even when we cannot reach what we aspire to, shows us the city that ought to be even though it cannot be, shows us justice even though justice remains forever incomplete, forever pursued rather than possessed, forever the ideal that the Republic represents and that no actual city can fully realize but that every city should aspire to, that every examined life should pursue. That philosophy should seek even when seeking does not find, even when pursuit does not capture, even when the Republic remains forever the city that never was built but that shows us what cities ought to be, what we ought to aspire to, what justice truly is even when justice cannot truly be, what Plato envisioned when he constructed the Republic in speech, when he built the ideal city that could not be built in reality, when he showed us the pattern laid up in heaven that guides us even from distance. That judges us even from impossibility, that teaches us even from its unrealizability, that remains forever the Republic that never was built but that matters because it shows us what building would require, what justice demands, what the examined life aspires to when lived not just individually but collectively, when pursued not just in soul but in city, when the pattern in heaven comes as close to earth as it can come, which is close enough to guide even though too far to reach. Close enough to aspire to even though too far to achieve, close enough to judge our reality even though too far to become our reality, the Republic forever, the ideal forever, the city that never was but that forever shows us what cities ought to be, what we ought to aspire to, what justice is even when justice cannot be perfectly realized, what Plato gave us when he wrote the Republic, what we inherit when we read it, what we must continue pursuing even when pursuit does not succeed. Because the ideal matters even when ideal cannot be achieved, because the pattern matters even when pattern cannot be built, because the Republic matters even though the Republic was never built and never will be built but remains forever the vision that guides us, the ideal that judges us, the pattern that shows us what we ought to aspire to, what justice truly is, what the good demands, what philosophy seeks, what the examined life lived collectively would create if we could create it, if we could build the Republic. If we could make real what Plato envisioned, if we could embody the ideal, if we could achieve the justice that the Republic represents, if we could be what we ought to be, could create what we ought to create, could build what we ought to build even though we cannot build it, even though the Republic remains forever the impossible ideal, the city that never was, the pattern that judges from heaven, the vision that guides from distance, the justice that calls even though we cannot achieve it. The good that demands even though we cannot perfectly serve it, the Republic that Plato gave us as gift, as challenge, as provocation to think about justice, to examine our cities, to pursue the good, to live the examined life not just individually but collectively, to build if we can or at least to aspire, to judge our reality against the ideal, to recognize the gap between what is and what ought to be, to continue pursuing justice even when justice remains incomplete. To continue climbing toward the good even when the good remains beyond our grasp, to continue living examinedly even when the examined life does not create the just city, does not build the Republic, does not realize the ideal but at least pursues it, at least aspires to it, at least loves it enough to keep trying, keep examining, keep pursuing the justice that Plato showed us through the Republic that never was built but that forever shows us what justice is, what it requires, why it matters. Why we should pursue it even though pursuit does not guarantee success, even though the ideal remains ideal, even though the Republic remains forever the city that never was built but that teaches us what cities ought to be, what we ought to aspire to, what justice truly is even when justice cannot truly be, what Plato envisioned and what we inherit and what we must continue pursuing as long as philosophy lives, as long as humans seek justice, as long as the examined life remains worth living. As long as the Republic calls us to imagine what might be even though what might be cannot be, to pursue what ought to be even though what ought to be is not, to love the ideal even though ideal cannot be realized, because the ideal matters, the Republic matters, Plato's vision matters even though vision remains vision. Even though the Republic was never built, even though the ideal cannot be achieved, the vision guides us still, the ideal judges us still, the Republic calls us still to pursue justice. To examine our lives, to build if we can or at least to aspire, to make real what we can even though we cannot make real the complete vision, to approximate even though we cannot achieve, to pursue even though we cannot possess, to love justice even though justice remains forever incomplete. Forever the ideal that the Republic represents, forever the city that never was built but that shows us what cities ought to be, forever Plato's gift to philosophy, forever the pattern laid up in heaven. Forever the vision that guides even from impossibility, forever the Republic. In the symposium, during a drinking party where speakers take turns praising Eros, where wine flows and wit sparkles and the atmosphere is charged with intellectual play and erotic banter, Socrates recounts a teaching he learned from a wise woman named Diotima, a teaching about love's true nature and love's ultimate purpose, about the ladder that desire climbs when properly educated, when transformed from physical attraction into philosophical longing. When directed away from particular beautiful bodies toward beauty itself, when made to serve wisdom rather than being squandered on pleasures that fade, on possessions that perish, on satisfactions that disappoint because they cannot fulfill the longing that drives them, the desire that seeks something more than any particular beautiful thing can provide. Diotima teaches that love is neither God nor mortal but is demon, is intermediary between divine and human, is the longing that draws us toward what we lack, toward what would complete us, toward what would make us whole if we could possess it. Love is desire for the beautiful, is wanting to possess beauty permanently, is the drive to give birth in beauty both physically and spiritually, to create something lasting that participates in beauty, that transcends our own mortality through creating what endures beyond us. But most people do not understand what they truly desire, mistake the part for the whole, settle for particular beautiful things when what they really seek is beauty itself, remain on the ladder's lower rungs when they could climb higher, when they could ascend toward the vision that would satisfy the longing that particular beauties awaken but cannot fulfill. The ascent begins with love of one beautiful body, the physical attraction that is most obvious, most immediate, most universally experienced form of erotic desire. The lover is captivated by this particular person's beauty, wants to possess them, wants to unite with them, finds in their beauty something that calls forth longing, that makes the lover aware of lacking something essential, that creates desire for union, for completion, for transcending the separateness that makes us individuals rather than unified beings. This is the first rung love focused on single beautiful particular, desire oriented toward physical beauty, attraction that is personal and specific and tied to this body, this person, this particular instantiation of beauty. But if the lover is guided rightly, if philosophical education directs the ascent, if someone helps the lover understand what they are really seeking, then the lover begins to recognize that beauty is shared, that many bodies are beautiful, that what attracts in one person is present also in others, that physical beauty is not unique to this particular beloved, but is quality that many possess. The lover ascends to the second rung, recognizes that all beautiful bodies participate in something common, that beauty itself is what attracts rather than this particular body's uniqueness, that the love of one beautiful body should lead to love of all beautiful bodies, that physical beauty wherever it appears deserves appreciation because all beautiful bodies reflect the same quality, participate in the same form, embody imperfectly the same eternal pattern. From here the ascent continues upward. The lover recognizes that beautiful souls are more valuable than beautiful bodies, that the beauty of character and wisdom and virtue matters more than physical appearance, that a beautiful soul in an unbeautiful body is more worthy of love than a beautiful body housing an ugly soul. The lover begins to love the beloved for their inner qualities rather than for their physical form, begins to appreciate wisdom and courage and justice more than youth and physical attractiveness, begins to see that the beautiful soul is more truly beautiful than the beautiful body because the soul's beauty is more lasting, more essential, more connected to what makes humans valuable than the body's beauty, which fades, which is superficial, which is less real than the beauty of well-ordered soul. Of virtuous character, of wisdom that makes the person admirable rather than merely attractive. The ascent continues to love of beautiful institutions and laws and customs, to appreciation of beauty in social arrangements, in political structures that create justice and harmony, in laws that express wisdom and serve the common good, in customs that civilize and refine and make possible the good life. The lover begins to see beauty not just in individuals, but in the communities they create, in the social orders that embody justice, in the patterns of relationship that make human flourishing possible, in the institutions that preserve what is valuable across generations. The beauty here is impersonal, is not about particular bodies or souls, but about abstract patterns, about forms of social organization, about the beauty that reason recognizes in well-ordered cities and just laws and customs that serve virtue. Then comes love of knowledge and of the sciences, appreciation of beauty in mathematics and in understanding, recognition that grasping truth is beautiful, that intellectual achievement has its own attraction, that wisdom is itself a form of beauty that the philosophically educated lover comes to appreciate more than physical beauty or even than moral beauty, comes to see as more lasting because knowledge endures, comes to value as more real because understanding grasps eternal truths rather than temporary arrangements. The lover who reaches this stage loves learning, loves inquiry, loves the pursuit of wisdom for its own sake rather than for any external reward, loves beauty that mind discovers rather than beauty that senses perceive, loves the abstract and eternal more than the concrete and temporary. And finally, suddenly, without warning, in a moment of revelation that cannot be forced, that comes as gift rather than as achievement, the lover glimpses beauty itself. Not beautiful things but beauty, not particulars that participate in beauty but the form itself, not copies but original, not images but reality, not temporary instantiations but eternal presence, not beauty that fades but beauty that never changes. Not beauty mixed with ugliness but beauty pure and perfect and complete. This is the summit of the ascent, the moment toward which the entire climb has tended, the vision that justifies every lower stage, the beauty that fulfills the longing that particular beautiful things awakened without satisfying, the beloved that philosophy has sought through all the preliminary loves that prepared the soul for this encounter. This vision, this sudden recognition of what was always sought without being known, what was always desired without being understood. What every lower love pointed toward without reaching, what beauty itself is when seen directly rather than being glimpsed in reflections. Diotima describes the experience beauty itself is eternal, unchanging, neither coming to be nor passing away, neither increasing nor decreasing, not beautiful from one perspective and ugly from another, not beautiful at one time and ugly at another, not beautiful in relation to one thing and ugly in relation to another. Beauty itself is absolute, perfect, complete, purely itself without admixture, the form that makes all beautiful things beautiful by their participation in it, the reality that particular beauties imperfectly reflect, the eternal pattern that physical beauties approximate temporarily, the being that grounds all beautiful becoming, the one that unifies all beautiful multitude, the good itself in its aspect as beautiful, the ultimate object of desire, the final satisfaction of longing. The beloved that philosophy loves, the vision that justifies the examined life, the end toward which the ascent has climbed, the fulfillment of eros when eros is properly educated, properly directed, properly understood as desire not ultimately for physical union, or even for moral goodness or intellectual achievement, but as desire for beauty itself, for the form that stands beyond all particular beautiful things, for the eternal that transcends all temporal beauties, for the perfect that judges all imperfect approximations. But the vision is brief, is glimpse rather than permanent possession, is flash of insight rather than sustained contemplation, is moment of recognition that fades but that transforms the lover who experiences it, that makes return to lower loves impossible because once beauty itself is seen the lover cannot be satisfied with beautiful things. Once the form is glimpsed the copies seem pale and insufficient. Once eternity is touched the temporal seems less real, less valuable, less worthy of the love that now is oriented definitively toward the highest, toward beauty itself, toward the good that the lover now pursues with passion that once was wasted on particulars, that now is directed properly toward the form, toward the eternal, toward the beautiful that is also the good, toward the summit of the ascent that the lover has glimpsed and now must pursue through philosophy, through the examined life, through the continued climb that the glimpse has made necessary, has made possible, has made into the lover's definitive orientation, permanent direction, ultimate purpose. This is the ladder of love, the ascent from particular beautiful body to all beautiful bodies, to beautiful souls, to beautiful institutions, to beautiful knowledge, to beauty itself. The climb from physical attraction to philosophical contemplation, the transformation of eros from desire for possession to desire for wisdom, from love of beautiful things to love of beauty, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal, from becoming to being, from copies to form. From shadows to sun, from cave to light, from philosophy as desire for wisdom to philosophy as love of beauty itself, which is the good, which is what Diotima teaches through Socrates at the symposium, what Plato presents as the truth about eros when eros is understood philosophically rather than merely physically, when love is educated rather than remaining instinctive, when desire is transformed through ascent that makes the lover into philosopher, the physical attraction into metaphysical longing. The erotic drive into pursuit of eternal beauty that is the highest object, the most worthy beloved, the ultimate goal of the examined life when life is lived as ascent, as climb toward beauty, as love transformed into wisdom love, as eros become philosophy. The teaching raises questions: does the ascent devalue lower loves, or does it transform them? When we climb the ladder, do we abandon the rungs below, or do we bring them with us transfigured? Does philosophy require celibacy, or can erotic energy be redirected without being denied? Is the love of beauty itself cold abstraction, or is it the fulfillment of desire that begins in physical attraction? Can everyone make this ascent, or is it only for philosophical few who have capacity for abstraction, for whom forms are real rather than being mere words, for whom beauty itself is object of desire rather than being empty universal that lacks the concreteness that makes particular beautiful things genuinely lovable? Plato through Diotima suggests that the ascent is real possibility, that eros naturally seeks something more than particular satisfactions, that desire contains within itself orientation toward the eternal even when it does not recognize this, that physical attraction points beyond itself toward beauty that transcends any particular beautiful body, that love naturally ascends if it is educated, if someone guides the ascent, if the lover is helped to understand what they truly seek. What would actually satisfy the longing that particular beauties awaken without fulfilling? The latter is real, the ascent is possible. Beauty itself is genuine object of desire rather than being philosopher's abstraction that has no connection to lived experience of love and longing and the erotic drive that shapes human life so profoundly, that makes us seek union, seek completion, seek the beautiful that attracts us and that makes us aware that we lack something essential, that we are incomplete, that we need what we do not have, that we desire what would make us whole if we could possess it. But whether everyone can make the ascent, whether the vision of beauty itself is accessible to many or only to philosophical few, whether the teaching describes universal human possibility or describes only what rare individuals achieve, these questions remain open. What is clear is that Plato took eros seriously as philosophical force, understood desire as orientation toward the good rather than as mere appetite to be controlled or denied, saw in love the possibility of transformation, of ascent, of the climb from physical toward metaphysical, from particular toward universal, from temporal toward eternal, from beautiful things toward beauty itself, from the love that begins in physical attraction toward the love that philosophy names, that wisdom pursues. That beauty itself elicits from those who glimpse it, who recognize it as what they always sought, who understand finally that particular beauties were always insufficient because what we truly desire is not this beautiful thing or that beautiful person but is beauty itself, is the form that makes all beautiful things beautiful, is the eternal pattern that we recognize in particulars without being able to possess it in them. Is what we love when we love anything beautiful, even though we do not understand that this is what we love until philosophy educates desire, until Diotima teaches the ascent. until Socrates explains at the symposium what love truly is, and what love truly seeks, and how love becomes philosophy when properly educated, properly directed, properly understood as desire for beauty itself, rather than merely as desire for beautiful things. The latter stands before us now as it stood before those who heard Diotima's teaching through Socrates at the symposium, as it has stood before everyone who has read the dialogue and wondered whether the ascent is possible, whether beauty itself is real, whether desire can be transformed into wisdom love, whether eros can become philosophy, whether the examined life includes transformation of love, or whether love remains outside philosophy's scope. Merely physical appetite that must be controlled rather than being potential for ascent, for transformation, for the climb toward beauty that Diotima describes and that Plato presents as possibility, as human potential, as what love can become when educated, when guided, when understood as orientation toward the eternal rather than merely as attachment to temporals, when recognized as desire for beauty itself, that particular beautiful things awaken without satisfying. That philosophy pursues through the examined life, that the ladder of love makes possible for those willing to climb, willing to ascend, willing to be transformed from lovers of beautiful things into lovers of beauty itself, from desire for possession into desire for contemplation, from eros as appetite into eros as philosophy, from the love that seeks to have into the love that seeks to know, from wanting beautiful things into loving beauty, from the bottom of the ladder to the top. From particular bodies to beauty itself, from physical attraction to metaphysical vision, from beginning to end of the ascent that Diotima teaches, that Socrates reports, that Plato preserves for us in the symposium, where love is praised and examined and understood as the force that can become philosophy, that can drive the ascent, that can transform us from lovers of shadows into lovers of light, from lovers of beautiful things into lovers of beauty itself. From living in cave into climbing toward sun, from pursuing particular satisfactions into pursuing wisdom, from eros as physical desire into eros as love of the good, as philosophy itself, as the force that drives the examined life when life is lived as ascent, as climb, as transformation of desire into pursuit of beauty that is also pursuit of truth, that is also pursuit of the good, that is also philosophy itself, when philosophy is understood as love, as desire. As eros educated and transformed and directed toward its proper object, which is beauty itself, which is the form, which is the eternal, which is what we truly seek when we seek anything beautiful, which is what love truly desires when desire is understood, which is what Diotima teaches through Socrates at the symposium, which is what Plato gives us when he writes the dialogue that explains love's nature and love's purpose, and the ladder that love climbs when properly educated, properly guided. Properly transformed from physical desire into philosophical pursuit, from love of beautiful things into love of beauty itself, from eros as appetite into eros as philosophy, from desire for possession into desire for wisdom, from the examined life lived partially into the examined life lived completely as ascent toward beauty, as climb toward the good, as transformation of love into wisdom love, as the ladder that leads from particular beautiful body to beauty itself. From the bottom rung to the top, from beginning to fulfillment, from awakening of desire to satisfaction of desire in vision of beauty that is glimpsed at summit. That is the goal toward which every lower love pointed. That is what we truly sought all along, even when we did not know it, even when we thought we desired only this beautiful person or that beautiful thing, even when we did not understand that particular beauties were merely reflections of beauty itself, merely copies of the form. Merely temporary instantiations of the eternal, merely shadows of the sun, merely images of the reality that philosophy pursues, that wisdom loves, that the examined life ascends toward, that the ladder of love makes possible for anyone willing to climb, willing to be transformed, willing to let eros become philosophy, willing to pursue beauty itself rather than remaining content with beautiful things, willing to make the ascent that Diotima teaches, that Socrates reports, that Plato preserves. That remains possible still for anyone who loves beauty and wants to understand what they love and why they love it and what they truly seek when they seek anything beautiful. What would satisfy the longing that beautiful things awaken without fulfilling. What beauty itself is when glimpsed directly rather than being seen only in reflections. what the form is that makes all beautiful things beautiful, what the eternal is that temporal beauties approximate, what the one is that unifies all beautiful multitude. What the good is in its aspect is beautiful, what philosophy loves when philosophy is understood as eros, as desire, as longing for beauty that drives the ascent, that makes the climb possible, that transforms love into wisdom love, that makes the examined life into ascent toward beauty, that makes eros into philosophy, that makes the ladder of love into path toward the good, into ascent toward sun, into climb from cave toward light, into transformation from lover of shadows into lover of reality. From lover of beautiful things into lover of beauty itself, from philosopher in name into philosopher in reality, from one who loves wisdom into one who loves beauty, which is the good, which is what wisdom truly is, which is what philosophy truly pursues, which is what the ladder of love leads toward, which is where the ascent ends and fulfillment begins, which is beauty itself, eternal and perfect, unchanging and complete, pure and absolute, the form that makes all beautiful things beautiful. The reality that particular beauties reflect, the beloved that philosophy loves, the vision that justifies the ascent, the beauty that stands at summit of the ladder, that calls us to climb, that makes the transformation possible, that awaits those who ascend, that rewards those who pursue, that fulfills those who love beauty enough to climb from beautiful things toward beauty itself, from particular toward universal, from temporal toward eternal, from becoming toward being, from copies toward form. From shadows toward sun, from cave toward light, from love of beautiful things toward love of beauty itself, from eros as appetite toward eros as philosophy, from beginning toward end of the ascent that the ladder makes possible, that Diotima teaches, that Socrates reports, that Plato preserves, that remains available to anyone willing to climb, willing to pursue, willing to love beauty itself, willing to make the ascent that transforms, that fulfills, that makes us philosophical, that makes us lovers of wisdom, that makes us pursuers of beauty, that makes us climbers of the ladder that leads from particular beautiful body to beauty itself, from bottom to top, from first rung to last, from awakening to fulfillment, from desire to wisdom, from love to philosophy, from eros to pursuit of the good, from the examined life lived partially to the examined life lived completely as ascent, as climb, as pursuit of beauty that is also pursuit of truth, that is also pursuit of the good, that is also philosophy itself. That is also the ladder of love, that is also the ascent toward beauty itself. That is also what Diotima teaches, what Socrates reports, what Plato preserves, what we inherit, what we must pursue if we love beauty, if we seek wisdom, if we examine our lives, if we climb the ladder, if we make the ascent, if we transform eros into philosophy, if we pursue beauty itself rather than remaining content with beautiful things, if we love wisdom enough to climb, to ascend. To pursue the beauty that stands at summit, that calls from above, that awaits those who climb, that fulfills those who ascend, that makes the ladder worth climbing, the ascent worth making, the transformation worth undergoing, the examined life worth living as ascent toward beauty, as climb toward the good, as pursuit of what is most real, most valuable, most beautiful, most worthy of love, most deserving of devotion, which is beauty itself, which is the form, which is the eternal, which is the good. Which is what philosophy loves, which is what the ladder leads toward, which is where the ascent ends, which is beauty itself, forever perfect, forever unchanging, forever the beloved that philosophy pursues, forever the summit toward which the ladder climbs, forever the goal that makes the ascent worthwhile, forever beauty itself. In the Timaeus, Plato's most cosmological dialogue, we hear of a divine craftsman, not creator from nothing as in later Christian theology, not omnipotent deity who speaks and worlds appear, but rational artist working with pre-existing materials, sculptor imposing order on disorder, intelligent principle that explains how chaos became cosmos, how the universe exhibits mathematical structure and purpose and beauty, how order arose from the formless and indefinite, how the world came to be as it is rather than remaining in primordial chaos, how structure emerged from structurelessness, how beauty came to characterize the physical universe despite matter's resistance to perfect order. The demiurge, the craftsman god, the divine artist, the rational principle personified looks toward eternal forms as models and shapes physical world to resemble them as much as matter allows, makes time as moving image of eternity because physical world cannot achieve the perfect changelessness of forms, but can approximate it through cyclical motion that returns endlessly to same states, creates celestial bodies to mark time's passage through their regular movements. Constructs world soul to animate cosmos and give it intelligence, designs universe geometrically with mathematical ratios and harmonic proportions, makes the physical world as good as possible given the limitations of materials that resist perfect ordering, that introduce irregularity and imperfection, and change into structures that would be eternal and perfect if they could fully embody the forms they approximate. The account begins with a fundamental distinction between being that always is and never becomes, and becoming that always becomes and never is. The forms belong to being are eternal, unchanging, perfectly self-identical, grasped by reason alone without sense perception's help. Physical things belong to becoming are temporary, changing, never fully themselves, but always becoming something else, known through sense perception rather than through pure reason. The physical world is realm of becoming, cannot have the perfect reality of forms, is always imperfect copy of eternal originals, is realm of shadows rather than of substance, of images rather than of reality itself. But the demiurge desires that everything be as good as possible, wants to impose order on disorder, wants to make cosmos rather than chaos, wants physical world to resemble forms even though perfect resemblance is impossible, wants to create beauty in structure and intelligibility rather than leaving matter in formless flux. So the demiurge works like craftsman shaping materials toward best possible result, like artist creating according to vision of what should be even though materials resist complete realization of vision, like rational principle organizing according to mathematical patterns, even though matter introduces irregularities that prevent perfect mathematical structure. The demiurge first creates world soul by blending being and becoming, mixing the same and the different according to mathematical ratios, dividing the mixture according to harmonic proportions, forming it into great cosmic sphere that contains and animates the physical universe, that gives cosmos intelligence and life, that makes universe into living organism rather than dead mechanism. That ensures physical world exhibits order and purpose rather than being merely random collection of particles obeying mindless laws. The world soul is intermediate between forms and matter, between being and becoming, participates in both, allows communication between eternal patterns and temporal instantiations, makes cosmos intelligible by giving it soul that thinks and that organizes according to rational principles, even though it cannot achieve the perfect rationality of pure forms. Then the demiurge creates the celestial bodies, sun and moon and planets and stars, arranging them geometrically, giving them circular motions because circular motion most closely approximates eternal self-identity through returning endlessly to same path, making their movements regular and predictable so they can serve as measures of time, as markers of days and years and seasons, as embodiments of mathematical order visible to sense perception. As moving images of eternity that approximate through regularity what forms possess perfectly through unchangingness. The heavens are most divine part of physical world because they most closely approximate forms, exhibit most perfect order, change least and most predictably, approach most closely to being even while remaining in realm of becoming. The elements earth, water, air, fire are constructed geometrically, are associated with regular solids, are mathematically ordered even though they mix and separate and transform into each other, even though they introduce irregularity and unpredictability into physical world, even though they resist perfect ordering. The demiurge assigns each element to geometric form: earth to cube, water to icosahedron, air to octahedron, fire to tetrahedron, making physical substances mathematical, making matter intelligible through geometry, imposing rational structure on what resists structure, creating cosmos where even basic elements exhibit order even though order is imperfect, even though elements mix irregularly. Even though transformations between elements introduce unpredictability, that prevents physical world from achieving the perfect order that forms possess. Human beings are created last, are composite creatures with bodies that belong to realm of becoming and souls that participate in being, with reason located in head nearest to heavens and to forms, with spirit located in chest mediating between reason and appetite, with appetite located in belly farthest from reason and most connected to body's physical needs. Humans are microcosms reflecting macrocosm structure, are miniature universes with same rational order that characterizes cosmos, are beings who can understand cosmos because they participate in same world soul that animates it, are creatures capable of philosophy because their souls can grasp forms even though their bodies belong to physical world of becoming. But Timaeus, who presents this account, emphasizes that it is likely story rather than certain truth, is probable account rather than demonstrated knowledge, is best explanation we can give of physical world even though physical world's changeability means we cannot have genuine knowledge of it, can only have opinions that are more or less likely, more or less reasonable, more or less adequate to phenomena without ever achieving certainty. Cosmology cannot be science in the way that mathematics or dialectic are sciences because physical world is always changing, always becoming rather than being, always imperfect copy of forms rather than being forms themselves. We can tell likely stories about it, can construct probable accounts, can develop explanations that are reasonable without being certain, but we cannot have genuine knowledge of what is always changing, can only know what is eternal and unchanging, can only grasp being rather than becoming, can only understand forms rather than particulars. The status of this cosmology is therefore ambiguous. Is it literal truth about how cosmos came to be? Or is it myth that expresses philosophical insights without being historically accurate? Did the demiurge actually create the world at some moment in past? Or is creation story a way of analyzing eternal cosmos, of showing how order relates to disorder, how intelligence relates to necessity, how purpose relates to mechanism, how forms relate to physical instantiations without implying temporal beginning, without claiming that world actually came into being rather than having existed eternally with the structure that the story describes as if it resulted from demiurge's creative activity? Plato leaves this ambiguous, suggests through Timaeus that the account is tentative, acknowledges that we cannot know with certainty about physical world, offers likely story that may capture truth even if details are mythical, that may point toward reality even if pointing is metaphorical, that may illuminate cosmos's structure even if narrative of creation is not literal history. The demiurge may be personification of rational principle rather than personal deity, may be Plato's way of saying that cosmos exhibits intelligent design without committing to intelligent designer as separate being, may be mythical expression of the insight that physical world is ordered rather than chaotic, that it exhibits mathematical structure and teleological organization, that it serves purposes beyond mere mechanical causation. That it is beautiful and good and intelligible because it resembles forms even though it cannot perfectly embody them. The Timaeus-influenced later philosophy enormously provided framework for thinking about cosmic order, about relationship between forms and physical world, about purpose and mechanism, about intelligence and necessity, about how eternal patterns relate to temporal instances. Middle Platonists developed the demiurge into more explicitly theological figure, merged Platonic cosmology with religious creation accounts, made demiurge into God who creates purposefully and intelligently. Neoplatonists elaborated complex metaphysics where one generates intellect, generates soul, generates physical world through emanation rather than creation, where demiurge becomes aspect of divine intelligence rather than separate craftsman God. Christian Platonists identified demiurge with God the Creator, merged Genesis with Timaeus, read Plato as anticipating Christian doctrine of creation, even though Platonic demiurge works with pre-existing matter rather than creating from nothing, even though Platonic cosmos may be eternal rather than having temporal beginning, even though Plato's cosmology differs fundamentally from Christian theology, even while sharing concern with how order and purpose characterize universe. Modern science abandoned the demiurge, explained cosmic order through natural law rather than through intelligent design, showed that regularity and structure arise from physical processes without requiring divine craftsmen, demonstrated that mathematics describes nature without needing to posit that nature was crafted according to mathematical patterns. But questions remain about why universe is intelligible, why mathematics applies so unreasonably effectively to physical world, why cosmos exhibits order and beauty and structure rather than being chaos, why natural law holds rather than everything being random, why something exists rather than nothing, why existence takes this form rather than some other form or no form at all. Plato's answer through the Timaeus was that Demiurge wanted cosmos to be as good as possible, wanted to impose order on disorder, wanted beauty rather than chaos, wanted physical world to resemble forms as closely as matter allows. Whether this answer is true, whether Demiurge exists, whether divine intelligence explains cosmic order, these remain questions that cosmology raises without definitively answering, that physics illuminates without completely resolving, that philosophy continues examining without reaching consensus. What is clear is that Plato took seriously the question of cosmic order, recognized that physical world exhibits structure and beauty and intelligibility that seem to require explanation, offered account that made purpose and intelligence central to understanding cosmos, created framework that shaped how Western thought conceived nature and its relationship to eternal patterns for 2 millennia. The demiurge shapes chaos into cosmos, looks to forms as models, creates world soul to animate universe, constructs celestial bodies to measure time, organizes elements geometrically, makes humans capable of understanding cosmos because we participate in world soul, makes physical world as good as possible given matter's limitations, creates beauty and order and purpose rather than leaving formless flux, makes the examined life possible by making cosmos intelligible. By making universe rational enough to be understood, mathematical enough to be studied, purposeful enough to be meaningful, ordered enough to be known even though knowledge of physical world can only be probable rather than certain, can only be likely story rather than demonstrated truth, can only approximate understanding without achieving certainty because cosmos belongs to becoming rather than being, changes rather than remaining eternal, is imperfect copy of forms rather than being forms themselves. Is realm of shadows rather than realm of reality, is what the demiurge made by imposing order on disorder, structure on chaos, beauty on formlessness, intelligibility on what resists being known, creating cosmos that exhibits purpose even though purpose cannot be completely achieved in physical world, that shows mathematical structure even though structure is imperfect, that resembles forms even though resemblance is approximate, that is as good as possible given what the demiurge had to work with. Given materials that resist perfect order, given necessity that constrains what intelligence can achieve, given matter that introduces irregularity into structures that would be perfect if they could fully embody forms they approximate, given physical world that belongs to becoming rather than being, that is realm of change rather than realm of eternity, that is what the demiurge shaped according to best possible pattern, according to forms that serve as models. According to good that determines what should be even though what should be cannot be perfectly realized in matter, cannot be completely achieved in physical world, cannot be fully embodied in cosmos that remains imperfect copy of perfect originals, remains temporal image of eternal patterns, remains what the demiurge made when shaping chaos into cosmos, disorder into order, formlessness into form, creating world that exhibits beauty and structure and purpose even though beauty is imperfect. Structure is approximate, purpose is constrained by necessity, cosmos is as good as possible given limitations of matter, resistance of necessity, imperfection that characterizes everything that belongs to becoming rather than being, everything that changes rather than remaining eternal, everything that the demiurge crafted according to forms that serve as patterns, according to good that determines what should be. According to vision of cosmos as beautiful and ordered and intelligible, even though cosmos can never perfectly achieve beauty and order and intelligibility that forms possess, can only approximate through regularity what eternity possesses perfectly, can only resemble through mathematical structure what forms are essentially, can only image through time what being is eternally, creating cosmos as likely story that Timaeus tells, as probable account rather than certain knowledge. As best explanation of physical world that admits of explanation even though physical world's changeability means we cannot have genuine knowledge of it, can only have opinion about it, can only construct likely stories that may be true without being provable, that may capture reality without being demonstrable, that may illuminate cosmos without providing certainty, because cosmos belongs to realm of becoming rather than being, is physical rather than intelligible, is sensible rather than purely rational, is what the demiurge shaped when looking toward forms as models, when desiring that everything be as good as possible, when creating world soul to animate universe, when organizing elements geometrically, when making celestial bodies to mark time, when crafting cosmos according to best possible pattern given limitations of matter, given resistance of necessity, given imperfection that characterizes everything in physical world. Everything that the demiurge made when shaping chaos into cosmos, when imposing order on disorder, when creating universe that exhibits purpose and beauty and structure and intelligibility, even though none of these can be perfectly achieved in realm of becoming, even though cosmos remains imperfect copy of eternal forms, even though physical world approximates rather than embodying, resembles rather than being, images rather than realizes the perfection that forms possess eternally. The beauty that being has essentially, the order that eternity maintains unchangingly, the intelligibility that reason grasps directly when contemplating forms rather than studying physical world, when examining being rather than becoming, when pursuing wisdom through dialectic rather than through cosmology, when ascending toward forms rather than studying their shadows, when loving beauty itself rather than beautiful things, when living the examined life as Plato taught it should be lived as ascent toward forms. As climb toward good, as pursuit of wisdom that the demiurge also pursues in creating cosmos, in shaping physical world according to best possible pattern, in making universe as good as it can be given what materials allow, given what necessity permits, given what matter can achieve when organized according to forms, when shaped by intelligence, when crafted by demiurge who looks toward eternal patterns and creates temporal images, who imposes order on chaos, who makes cosmos rather than leaving disorder, who creates universe that exhibits beauty and structure and purpose even though beauty is imperfect, structure is approximate, purpose is constrained, cosmos is copy rather than original, image rather than reality, shadow rather than substance, what the demiurge made when desiring that everything be as good as possible, when shaping chaos into cosmos, when creating world soul to animate universe, when organizing physical world according to forms. When making cosmos intelligible and beautiful and ordered as likely story that Timaeus tells, as probable account that we can believe even though we cannot know with certainty, as best explanation of how chaos became cosmos, disorder became order, formless became formed, physical world came to exhibit structure and beauty and purpose that seemed to require explanation, that Plato explains through demiurge who shapes according to eternal patterns, who creates according to good, who makes physical world as good as possible, who crafts cosmos that remains forever imperfect copy of perfect forms, forever temporal image of eternal being, forever the likely story that Timaeus tells, that Plato preserves, that philosophy examines, that we inherit when we read the Timaeus, when we wonder about cosmic order, when we ask why universe is intelligible, when we seek to understand how physical world relates to eternal forms, how becoming relates to being, how time relates to eternity, how chaos became cosmos, how the demiurge shaped disorder into order, how the likely story that Timaeus tells captures truth about universe even if story is myth, even if demiurge is personification rather than person, even if creation is analysis rather than history, even if cosmology is tentative rather than certain, even if we can only construct probable accounts rather than demonstrated truths about physical world that belongs to becoming. That changes constantly, that resists genuine knowledge, that admits only opinion even though opinion can be reasonable, can be likely, can be best explanation available even if not certain, even if not demonstrated, even if not knowledge in strict sense but only belief that may be true, that probably is true, that the examined life accepts as likely story about how demiurge shaped chaos into cosmos, disorder into order, formlessness into form. Creating universe that exhibits beauty and structure and purpose even though beauty is imperfect, structure is approximate, purpose is constrained by necessity, cosmos is as good as possible given limitations of matter, given what the demiurge could achieve when looking toward forms as models, when desiring that everything be as good as possible, when creating according to best possible pattern, when shaping chaos into cosmos, when making universe that we inhabit, that we study, that we wonder about. That the Timaeus explains through likely story of demiurge creating, of craftsman shaping, of intelligence imposing order, of purpose guiding formation, of forms serving as patterns, of cosmos resembling eternity, of physical world imaging being, of time moving as image of eternity, of celestial bodies marking time, of world soul animating universe, of elements organized geometrically, of humans capable of understanding because we participate in world soul. Because we can grasp forms even though we live in physical world, because we can pursue wisdom even though we inhabit realm of becoming, because we can examine our lives even though we are temporal creatures, because we can ascend toward being even though we exist in becoming, because we can pursue good even though we are imperfect, because we can love beauty even though we are not beautiful, because we can live philosophically even though we are embodied, because we can think about eternity even though we are in time. Because the demiurge made us capable of this, made cosmos intelligible, made universe structured, made physical world ordered, made everything as good as possible, shaped chaos into cosmos, created world that exhibits purpose and beauty in mathematical structure that philosophy can study, that reason can understand, that the examined life can contemplate, that Timaeus explains through likely story, that Plato preserves in dialogue, that we inherit when we read. That we must think about if we wonder why universe is ordered, why cosmos exhibits structure, why physical world is intelligible, why the demiurge shaped chaos into cosmos, why order arose from disorder, why purpose characterizes universe, why the likely story that Timaeus tells captures something true about reality even if truth is expressed mythically, even if demiurge is metaphor, even if creation story is analysis rather than history, even if cosmology is tentative rather than certain. Because cosmos belongs to becoming, because physical world changes, because we can only construct likely stories about what changes, about what belongs to realm of shadows rather than realm of forms, about what the demiurge made when shaping chaos into cosmos, when looking toward eternal patterns, when desiring that everything be as good as possible, when creating universe as likely story, as probable account, as best explanation, as what Timaeus tells, as what Plato preserves, as what we inherit. As what explains how chaos became cosmos, how the demiurge shaped disorder into order, how physical world came to exhibit beauty and structure and purpose that seemed to require explanation, that Plato provides through likely story of divine craftsmen, of intelligent principle, of demiurge creating cosmos as good as possible, shaping physical world according to forms, organizing universe geometrically, animating cosmos with world soul. Making everything as ordered and beautiful and purposeful as matter allows, as necessity permits, as the demiurge achieves when crafting cosmos from chaos, when creating universe that we inhabit, that exhibits order we can study, beauty we can appreciate, purpose we can contemplate, intelligibility we can understand, because the demiurge shaped chaos into cosmos, because order was imposed on disorder, because physical world exhibits structure that likely story explains, that Timaeus describes. That Plato preserves, that we inherit, that remains available to anyone who reads the Timaeus, who wonders about cosmic order, who asks why universe is intelligible, who seeks to understand how the demiurge shaped chaos into cosmos. When arguments reached their limits, when dialectic had climbed as far as logic could carry it toward the forms, when reason approached questions that exceeded demonstration's capacity to resolve, when philosophy encountered mysteries that admit no proof, Plato turned to myth. Not because argument had failed and myth was second debiest consolation, not because reason was inadequate and imagination must substitute, but because some truths require story as well as syllogism, require images alongside arguments, require narrative that addresses whole soul rather than only intellect, require poetry that speaks to spirit and appetite as well as to reason, require myth that conveys what philosophy approaches without fully grasping, that suggests what cannot be demonstrated, that points toward realities that transcend logical proof. The myths appear throughout the dialogues, the myth of at the Republic's end showing souls choosing their next lives, the creation myth in the Timaeus describing the demiurge shaping chaos into cosmos, the myth of the cave depicting the philosopher's ascent from shadow to light, the chariot allegory in the Phaedrus showing soul as driver struggling to control two horses representing spirit and appetite, the myth of Atlantis describing ancient civilization that fell through hubris and corruption. The afterlife myths in the Gorgias and Phaedo showing judgment after death and punishment or reward according to how one lived, the recollection myth suggesting soul's new forms before birth and learning is remembering what was forgotten in embodiment's trauma. These are not ornamental additions to philosophical arguments, not illustrations designed to make abstract points more accessible to those who cannot follow pure reasoning, not concessions to intellectual weakness that requires pictures alongside proofs. The myths are essential to Plato's philosophy, convey insights that argument cannot establish, point toward truths that demonstration cannot capture, address dimensions of human experience that logic alone cannot illuminate. The myths work differently than arguments, engage imagination rather than only reason, create emotional responses rather than only intellectual assent, show rather than prove, suggest rather than demonstrate, invite participation rather than demanding agreement, leave interpretation open rather than forcing single conclusion. Consider the myth of that closes the Republic. After 10 books of philosophical argument about justice, what it is, whether it benefits those who practice it, how just city would be structured, how just soul would be ordered, Plato does not end with summary of arguments or with final proof that justice pays. Instead, he tells story about a warrior who died in battle but returned to life to report what he witnessed in the afterlife, what happens to souls after death, how they are judged according to how they lived, how the just receive rewards and the unjust receive punishments, how souls choose their next lives based on wisdom or folly developed in previous life, how some choose well and others choose badly, how choice determines destiny even though destiny is also constrained by lot. How free will and fate interact mysteriously in ways that argument cannot completely explain but that story can show. The myth addresses questions that the Republic's arguments could not resolve. Will justice truly be rewarded? Will injustice truly be punished? What if the unjust person lives well and dies peacefully while the just person suffers? What happens after death? Does the soul survive? Is there judgment? Will cosmic justice prevail even when earthly justice fails? These questions matter profoundly if there is no afterlife, if death is the end, if injustice goes unpunished and justice goes unrewarded, then why be just when injustice brings advantage? The arguments about justice benefiting the soul even in this life may be true, but may not be sufficient to motivate justice when injustice seems profitable. The myth supplements argument by suggesting that justice will ultimately be rewarded and injustice punished even if not in this life, that cosmic order ensures that no good deed goes unrewarded and no evil deed goes unpunished, that we should be just not only because justice benefits the soul, but also because justice aligns us with cosmic order that will vindicate the just and condemn the unjust. But Plato does not present the myth as proven truth. Socrates acknowledges that he cannot demonstrate the afterlife's reality, cannot prove that souls are immortal, cannot establish with certainty that judgment occurs after death. The myth is offered as likely story, as reasonable belief, as something we can hope is true without being able to know with certainty, as vision that makes sense of moral experience even if vision cannot be demonstrated. The myth works through imagination and hope and faith rather than through logical proof, addresses concerns that arguments leave unresolved, provides comfort that philosophy alone cannot give, suggests that the universe is ultimately just even when earthly experience suggests otherwise. The cave allegory works differently, is not about afterlife, but about this life, about the condition we find ourselves in, about the possibility of enlightenment, about the difficulty of ascending from ignorance to knowledge, about the philosopher's obligation to return and help others even though return is dangerous. The myth shows what it means to live in shadows, what liberation requires, how painful truth can be when we have lived in comfortable illusion, how those who have seen the light will be misunderstood by those who remain in darkness, how the examined life requires courage because examining threatens comfortable certainties, because truth disturbs those who prefer familiar shadows, because philosophy makes enemies of those who resent being shown their ignorance. The cave is myth rather than argument because it works through image rather than through logic, creates experience of understanding rather than only intellectual assent, shows the journey rather than only describing its stages, makes visible the difficulty and danger and necessity of philosophical assent in ways that abstract argument about knowledge and ignorance could not achieve. When we enter the cave imaginatively, when we sit among the prisoners and watch shadows, when we experience the pain of being forced upward toward light, when we feel the sun's blinding brightness after lifetime of darkness, when we understand the difficulty of returning to darkness after seeing light, we grasp something about philosophy that arguments about epistemology cannot convey, understand viscerally what the examined life requires. Recognize ourselves as prisoners who must choose whether to remain in comfortable darkness or to accept painful liberation. The chariot allegory in the Phaedrus depicts soul as charioteer driving two horses, one noble and obedient representing spirit, one wild and unruly representing appetite trying to ascend toward the forms, toward the place beyond heaven where being dwells, trying to glimpse eternal realities while struggling to control the horses that pull in different directions, that make the ascent difficult, that sometimes cause the soul to fall when the wild horse proves too strong, when appetite overwhelms reason. When the chariot crashes and the soul loses its wings and falls into embodiment. The myth shows the complexity of human nature, the struggle between reason and appetite with spirit mediating, the difficulty of maintaining focus on eternal truths when bodily desires distract, the tragedy of falling from contemplation of forms into physical existence, the possibility of regaining wings through philosophy, through remembering what the soul knew before it fell, through the examined life that turns soul back toward forms. That helps it ascend again toward the place beyond heaven where it once dwelt. This myth addresses questions about soul's nature that arguments cannot fully resolve. Is soul simple or complex? How do reason and appetite and spirit relate? Why is the examined life difficult? Why do we resist what would benefit us? Why does appetite pull downward while reason calls upward? The chariot allegory shows these conflicts imaginatively, makes visible the struggle that everyone experiences between better and worse impulses, suggests that the struggle is cosmic and eternal rather than being merely personal and temporary, that the soul's nature involves this tension between ascending and falling, between contemplating forms and pursuing pleasures, between living according to reason and living according to appetite. Plato uses myths especially when discussing origins and ends, how cosmos began, what happens after death, how souls came to be embodied, what the ultimate principles are that ground everything else. These questions exceed what demonstration can establish because they concern what is beyond experience, what cannot be observed or tested or proven through the methods that work for questions within experience. We cannot observe cosmic origins, cannot witness what happens after death, cannot remember pre-existence if we had one, cannot grasp first principles through anything more fundamental, because by definition, first principles are what everything else depends on without themselves depending on anything prior. So Plato tells likely stories about these matters, probable accounts rather than demonstrated truths, reasonable beliefs rather than certain knowledge, myths that point toward how things might be even though we cannot prove how things are, stories that make sense of experience even though experience cannot verify the stories, narratives that address questions argument cannot resolve but that philosophy cannot ignore because they matter for how we live, for what we value. For whether justice and virtue and wisdom are worth pursuing, for whether the examined life makes sense if there is no cosmic order that vindicates it, no afterlife that rewards it, no eternal truths that make it more than subjective preference. The myths work because they engage the whole soul. Reason grasps the structure and implications. Spirit responds to nobility and beauty in the stories. Appetite is checked by fear of punishment or drawn by hope of reward. Imagination creates images that lodge in memory more firmly than abstract arguments. Emotions are moved in ways that pure logic cannot move them. The myths make philosophy accessible to those who cannot follow technical dialectic, but who can understand stories, who can respond to images, who can grasp through narrative what they could not grasp through demonstration. But the myths also serve those who can follow arguments, provide insights that arguments approach without capturing, suggest dimensions of reality that logic cannot fully illuminate, address the mysterious and numinous aspects of existence that philosophy risks losing when it restricts itself to what can be demonstrated. Plato knew that myths could deceive as well as illuminate, that stories can be false as well as true, that imagination can mislead as well as guide. He criticized poets for telling myths that portrayed gods and heroes badly, that encouraged vice rather than virtue, that corrupted souls through false images. But his own myths were carefully crafted to serve philosophy rather than undermine it, to support the examined life rather than to replace it with unthinking belief, to supplement argument rather than to substitute for it, to point toward truths that dialectic approaches without fully grasping rather than to provide comfortable lies that excuse us from thinking carefully about difficult questions. The myths remain powerful when arguments have been challenged and revised, continue teaching when technical points have been debated and modified, speak to us across centuries in ways that syllogisms do not because stories endure where proofs fade, because images stay with us when demonstrations are forgotten, because the cave and the chariot and the myth of continue showing us truths about human condition that we recognize even when we question the metaphysics that frames them. Even when we doubt the afterlife that some myths describe, even when we reject the cosmology that others present. The myths work independently of the arguments in some ways, convey insights that remain valuable even when the philosophical framework changes, speak to universal human experiences and concerns that transcend particular theoretical commitments. And perhaps this is why Plato used myths alongside arguments, because he understood that philosophy must address the whole person rather than only intellect, must speak to concerns that logic alone cannot resolve, must provide hope and meaning and purpose alongside demonstration and proof, must recognize that humans need stories as well as syllogisms, need images as well as arguments, need poetry as well as logic. Need myths that tell what philosophy cannot fully demonstrate but that the examined life requires if it is to make sense, if it is to be livable, if it is to address our deepest questions about meaning and purpose and cosmic justice, and what happens when we die and whether virtue matters, and whether the universe is ultimately ordered by the good or is merely random flux that cares nothing for justice or truth or beauty. The myths tell what philosophy cannot prove, but what the examined life needs to believe, that justice will ultimately be rewarded, that injustice will ultimately be punished, that the soul is immortal, that cosmic order prevails even when earthly experience suggests chaos, that virtue aligns us with eternal truths, that wisdom connects us to forms, that the examined life participates in reality rather than remaining among shadows. That philosophy is ascent toward what is most real and most valuable and most beautiful, that the good governs cosmos even when evil seems to triumph, that there is pattern laid up in heaven even when earth exhibits disorder, that myths point toward truths that arguments approach without fully capturing, that stories tell what syllogisms cannot demonstrate, that imagination shows what reason cannot prove, that the examined life requires myths as well as arguments, poetry as well as logic, hope as well as knowledge, faith as well as demonstration, because philosophy must address the whole soul and must speak to questions that exceed what can be proven but that matter profoundly for how we live, what we value, whether we examine our lives or sleep unexamined in comfortable ignorance, whether we climb from cave toward sun or remain content with shadows, whether we pursue wisdom or settle for opinion, whether we live according to examined principles or drift according to unexamined impulses. Whether we are philosophical or merely human in the limited sense that accepts fate without questioning it, existence without examining it, shadows without seeking light, becoming without pursuing being, the many without loving the one, beautiful things without ascending toward beauty itself, the temporal without glimpsing eternal, the changing without grasping unchanging, the imperfect without pursuing perfect, the myths without understanding that myths point beyond themselves toward truths that philosophy pursues. That reason approaches, that the examined life seeks, that Plato expressed through myths when arguments reached their limits, when logic could climb no farther, when demonstration encountered questions that exceeded its capacity, when philosophy needed poetry to supplement proof, when the examined life required stories as well as syllogisms, when myths told what philosophy could not demonstrate but what wisdom needed to believe, what hope required to sustain pursuit, what meaning demanded to justify examination, what the soul needed to continue ascending even when ascent brought no certainty, even when vision was glimpse rather than possession, even when forms remained forever beyond complete grasp, even when the good stood beyond being, even when beauty itself could only be loved without being fully known. Even when myths pointed toward truths that exceeded what philosophy could prove, but that the examined life could not abandon without losing what made examination worthwhile, what made ascent meaningful, what made pursuit of wisdom more than futile gesture, what made the examined life worth living even when examination brought no final answers, even when philosophy provided no complete certainty, even when myths were required to tell what arguments could not demonstrate, to show what logic could not prove, to suggest what reason could not establish, to point toward truths that philosophy pursued without fully possessing, that wisdom loved without completely knowing, that the examined life sought without definitively finding, that myths told when philosophy reached its limits, when arguments ended and stories began, when demonstration gave way to imagination, when proof required supplementation by poetry, when the examined life needed myths to tell what philosophy could not, to show what arguments approached without capturing, to suggest what reason glimpsed without grasping, to convey what Plato understood required myths as well as arguments, stories as well as syllogisms, imagination as well as logic, poetry as well as philosophy, because the examined life must address the whole soul and must speak to questions that matter profoundly even when they exceed what can be proven, must provide hope and meaning even when providing certainty is impossible, must tell likely stories when certain knowledge is unavailable, must construct probable accounts when demonstration fails, must offer myths when arguments reach their limits, must use poetry when logic cannot capture what needs to be said, must tell stories that show what syllogisms cannot prove, that suggest what reason cannot establish, that point toward truths that philosophy pursues, that wisdom loves, that the examined life seeks, that myths tell when philosophy cannot. When arguments end and imagination begins, when demonstration gives way to narrative, when proof requires poetry, when the examined life needs myths to supplement arguments, stories to complete syllogisms, imagination to fulfill reason, poetry to perfect philosophy, because Plato understood that myths tell what philosophy cannot, that stories show what arguments only approach, that imagination reveals what logic cannot capture, that poetry speaks what prose cannot say. That myths are essential to philosophy rather than being ornamental additions, that the examined life requires stories as well as demonstrations, that wisdom needs imagination as well as reason, that the ascent toward forms requires myths to tell what the journey means, what the vision promises, what the pursuit seeks, what philosophy loves, what the examined life is for, why examination matters, why ascent is worthwhile, why we should climb from cave toward sun even when climb is difficult. Even when light is painful, even when vision is incomplete, even when myths are required to tell us why, to show us what the examined life pursues, to suggest what philosophy seeks, to point toward truths that arguments approach without proving, that reason glimpses without grasping, that the examined life needs to believe even when belief exceeds knowledge, even when hope transcends proof, even when myths tell what philosophy cannot demonstrate but what wisdom requires, what the examined life needs. What makes pursuit worthwhile, what makes examination meaningful, what makes the ascent toward forms matter even when forms remain forever beyond complete possession, forever the beloved that philosophy loves through myths and arguments both, through stories and syllogisms both, through imagination and reason both, through poetry and logic both, through all the resources that Plato deployed when constructing philosophy that addressed whole soul. When creating examined life that required myths as well as arguments to be complete, to be livable, to be worth pursuing, to tell what philosophy could not fully demonstrate but what wisdom needed to believe, what hope required to sustain pursuit, what the examined life demanded to be meaningful, what myths told when philosophy reached its limits, what stories showed when arguments ended, what imagination revealed when reason paused, what poetry sang when prose fell silent. What the myths told that philosophy could not, what Plato gave us when he used myths alongside arguments, stories alongside syllogisms, imagination alongside logic, poetry alongside philosophy, creating the examined life as pursuit that required all of these, that needed myths to supplement arguments, that demanded stories to complete demonstrations, that called for imagination to fulfill reason, that required poetry to perfect philosophy, that made myths essential rather than ornamental. That showed myths telling what philosophy could not, what arguments approached without proving, what reason glimpsed without grasping, what the examined life needed to believe, what wisdom required to pursue, what hope demanded to sustain, what myths told when philosophy reached its limits and storytelling began, when arguments ended and imagination took over, when demonstration gave way to narrative, when proof required poetry, when the examined life needed myths to tell what philosophy could not. To show what mattered most, to suggest what wisdom pursued, to point toward truths that exceeded demonstration, but that made examination worthwhile, that made pursuit meaningful, that made the examined life worth living even when myths were required to tell us why, to show us how, to suggest what we seek when we examine our lives, when we pursue wisdom, when we climb from cave toward sun, when we ascend from shadows toward forms. When we live philosophically as Plato taught through arguments and myths both, through demonstrations and stories both, through all the resources that philosophy could deploy when addressing questions that mattered most, when speaking to concerns that ran deepest, when telling what needed to be told even when telling required myths, even when showing required stories, even when suggesting required imagination, even when conveying required poetry, because myths told what philosophy could not. What arguments approached without proving, what reason glimpsed without grasping, what the examined life needed to believe, what wisdom required to pursue, what made philosophy matter, what made examination worthwhile, what made the ascent meaningful, what myths told when philosophy reached its limits and Plato turned to stories, to imagination, to poetry, to myths that told what philosophy could not. For 20 years Aristotle studied at Plato's academy, arrived as a 17-year-old from Stagira in northern Greece, remained until Plato's death when Aristotle was 37, absorbed Platonic philosophy so thoroughly that his own thought would be forever shaped by problems and questions that Plato had defined, by frameworks that Plato had established, by concerns that dominated the academy during those 2 decades when Aristotle learned philosophy, by practicing it in community devoted to examination, to dialectic, to mathematics, to the pursuit of wisdom that Plato embodied, and that the academy institutionalized. But after Plato died, after the academy passed to new leadership that Aristotle apparently found uncongenial, after Aristotle left Athens and traveled and studied and eventually returned to found his own school after all this, Aristotle wrote works that systematically criticized Plato's doctrines, that rejected the theory of forms, that grounded philosophy in empirical observation rather than in transcendent contemplation, that looked downward toward natural world rather than upward toward eternal patterns, that made this world rather than some other world the primary object of philosophical inquiry, that insisted we can understand reality by studying carefully what exists rather than by turning away from existence toward forms that Aristotle argued were unnecessary, were problematic, were multiplications of entities beyond what explanation required. The criticisms were fundamental. Aristotle questioned whether forms could explain anything, whether positing universals separate from particulars made sense, whether participation was coherent notion or merely empty metaphor, whether the forms solved problems or created new problems more difficult than the ones they were supposed to solve. In the Metaphysics, Aristotle argued that forms separated from particulars cannot explain the particulars. If the form of human exists separately from individual humans, how does it make Socrates human? Participation is supposed to answer this, but what does participation mean? How does particular relate to universal such that particular becomes instance of universal? Plato never adequately explained this. Aristotle claimed, merely used metaphors. Particulars participate in forms or imitate them, or are images of them without providing clear account of what these metaphors mean, how the relationship actually works, how separated forms can do any explanatory work if they are separated, if they exist in different realm from the things they are supposed to explain. Aristotle argued that we can explain universality without positing separately existing forms. Universals exist in particulars rather than separately from them, exist as patterns that many individuals share rather than as independent entities in transcendent realm. The form of human is not separate thing, but is what all humans have in common, is the pattern that makes each individual human rather than something else, is essence that exists in individuals rather than existing apart from them. This makes universals real without requiring separate realm, makes forms explanatory without multiplying entities unnecessarily, solves the participation problem by denying that there is gap between forms and particulars that participation must bridge. Aristotle also criticized the theory of forms for leading to infinite regress. If we need form to explain why many particulars are similar, don't we then need another form to explain why the first form and the particulars are similar? And wouldn't we need yet another form to explain why the second form and the first form and the particulars are similar? The regress is vicious, suggests that positing forms doesn't actually explain anything, but only pushes explanation back one step while creating need for further explanation at each stage. Aristotle called this the third man argument. If we have man particular and man form, we need third man to explain their relationship, and then fourth man, and so on infinitely. The forms multiply endlessly rather than providing elegant explanation. Furthermore, Aristotle argued, Plato's theory leads to absurdities. If there are forms for all universals, there must be forms for negations and privations and relations and artifacts, forms for not being and ugliness and greater than and bed. But these seem implausible. Does not being exist? Is there form of ugliness alongside form of beauty? Do relations between things have independent existence? Did craftsmen who made first bed look to eternal form of bed? The theory seems to require positing forms that Plato himself might not want to accept, creates ontological commitments that seem excessive, multiplies entities in ways that violate explanatory economy. But despite these fundamental criticisms, despite rejecting Plato's central doctrine, Aristotle remained profoundly Platonic in many ways. He shared Plato's belief that philosophy's task is understanding reality, that knowledge is possible, that careful thinking about fundamental questions can yield truth, that virtue matters more than wealth or power or pleasure, that the examined life is worth living, that education shapes character, that the good life requires wisdom. Aristotle's philosophy is critical response to Plato, but is response that operates within framework Plato established, that addresses questions Plato raised, that takes seriously problems Plato identified even when proposing different solutions, that remains in dialogue with Plato even when disagreeing with him, that proves Plato's influence precisely through the rigor and depth of Aristotle's criticisms. Aristotle preserved Plato's concern with essence, what makes something what it is, what is its fundamental nature, what must it have to be the kind of thing it is rather than some other kind. But Aristotle located essence in particulars rather than in separate forms, made substance rather than form the primary category, grounded explanation in this world rather than in transcendent realm. Aristotle preserved Plato's teleology, the idea that things have purposes, that nature exhibits goal-directedness, that understanding requires grasping what things are for as well as what they are made of. But Aristotle made purpose immanent rather than transcendent, made final causes work within nature rather than drawing nature toward separate forms, made teleology naturalistic rather than requiring reference to eternal patterns. Aristotle's ethics built on Platonic foundations while modifying them significantly. Virtue remains central. Character matters more than consequences. Eudaimonia flourishing. Well-being is the good that all actions aim at. But Aristotle grounded virtue in habituation rather than in knowledge of the good, made practical wisdom phronses rather than theoretical wisdom sophia central to ethics, emphasized that virtue is mean between extremes rather than being participation in form, developed detailed analysis of particular virtues rather than seeking single form of virtue that explains all of them. Aristotle's ethics is naturalistic and empirical, where Plato's was metaphysical and dialectical, looks to how virtuous people actually behave rather than to transcendent standard, makes ethics continuous with psychology and political science rather than requiring separate realm of forms. The irony is profound. Plato's greatest student became his greatest critic. The one who knew Plato best disagreed most deeply. The academy trained the mind that would challenge the academy's fundamental doctrines. The 20 years Aristotle spent learning Plato's philosophy prepared him to develop systematic alternative to Platonism, to create philosophy that rivaled Plato's in scope and influence, to establish school that would compete with the academy, to write works that would shape Western thought as profoundly as Plato's dialogues, to become the other pole of the Platonic-Aristotelian axis around which Western philosophy would revolve for 2 millennia. Was this betrayal, or was it fulfillment of Socratic teaching that nothing should be accepted without examination, that all beliefs are subject to questioning, that philosophy requires following arguments wherever they lead, even when they lead away from the teacher's doctrines? Aristotle examined Plato's philosophy with the rigor that Plato had taught him to use, applied to Plato's doctrines the critical scrutiny that Socrates had applied to others' beliefs, followed arguments to conclusions that contradicted what he had learned, but that seemed to him more reasonable than what Plato had taught. If this is betrayal, it is the kind of betrayal that great teachers should hope for students who think for themselves, who develop their own positions, who improve on what they were taught rather than merely repeating it. The relationship between Plato and Aristotle defined the range of Western philosophy: idealism versus realism, rationalism versus empiricism, transcendence versus immanence, forms versus substances, other world versus this world, the eternal versus the temporal, being versus becoming, the one versus the many, dialectic versus observation, mathematics versus biology, contemplation versus practical wisdom, the philosophical life versus the political life. These are not Plato's positions versus Aristotle's positions exactly. Both philosophers are more complex than simple opposition suggests. but the oppositions capture something real about different emphases, different starting points, different intuitions about what matters most, about where to look for explanations, about whether reality is fundamentally timeless patterns or is temporal substances. Whether knowledge requires turning from senses toward pure reason or requires starting with sense perception and building carefully toward general principles. Later philosophy often chose sides in these debates or tried to synthesize Platonic and Aristotelian insights, to combine transcendence and immanence, to make forms work within nature rather than requiring separate realm, to preserve what was valuable in both while avoiding what was problematic in each. Medieval philosophy especially attempted synthesis. Thomas Aquinas famously Christianized Aristotle, while incorporating Platonic elements through Augustine created philosophical theology that combined Aristotelian metaphysics with Platonic Augustinian emphasis on transcendence and divine illumination, and the soul's ascent toward God. Renaissance Platonists rejected scholastic Aristotelianism and revived pure Platonism as alternative. Early modern philosophy divided between rationalists who were more Platonic and empiricists who were more Aristotelian. The debate continues in contemporary philosophy between realists about universals who are Platonic and nominalists who are Aristotelian, between those who think mathematics discovers eternal truths and those who think mathematics is human construction, between those who see values as objective and those who see them as subjective. The tension between Plato and Aristotle remains productive, continues generating philosophical work, continues requiring us to decide fundamental questions about reality's nature, about knowledge's sources, about whether philosophy should look primarily inward toward reason or outward toward experience, whether the examined life aims primarily at theoretical wisdom or at practical wisdom, whether virtue requires knowledge of the good or requires habituation in right action. Whether the best life is contemplative or is political, whether happiness comes through ascending toward forms or through acting virtuously in this world, whether we are essentially souls using bodies or are essentially unified substances of form and matter, whether universals exist separately or exist in particulars, whether change is real or is appearance, whether the many are real or only the one exists, whether becoming is genuine or only being is real. These questions admit no easy answers, remain disputed after 24 centuries of philosophical debate, continue dividing philosophers who find Plato more compelling from those who find Aristotle more persuasive. But perhaps the lack of consensus is itself revealing suggests that both saw something important, that Platonic and Aristotelian insights are both needed, that philosophy requires both the ascent toward transcendence and the careful study of immanent nature, that wisdom requires both theoretical contemplation and practical judgment, that the examined life must look both upward toward ideals and downward toward realities, must pursue both eternal truths and temporal goods, must honor both Plato's vision of forms and Aristotle's attention to substances, must learn from the teacher who pointed toward another world and from the student who insisted this world matters, must embrace the tension between them rather than resolving it too quickly, must remain in dialogue between Platonic and Aristotelian approaches, must preserve what each contributed without demanding that we choose one completely over the other. The student became the master's greatest critic, but remained the master's student even in criticizing, remained shaped by Plato even while reshaping Platonic philosophy, remained in conversation with Plato across the differences, across the disagreements, across the fundamental rejection of forms that did not prevent Aristotle from remaining essentially Platonic in his commitment to philosophy as pursuit of wisdom, in his belief that examined life matters, in his confidence that careful thinking yields truth, in his devotion to understanding reality, in his conviction that virtue and knowledge and wisdom constitute the good life, that philosophy is highest calling, that theoretical contemplation approaches divine, that humans achieve excellence through living according to reason, through examining carefully, through pursuing wisdom with dedication that makes us most fully human, most completely what we are capable of becoming when we philosophize, when we examine. When we pursue wisdom as Plato pursued it and as Aristotle pursued it differently but pursued it nonetheless, pursued it through criticizing Plato but pursued it still, pursued it through rejecting forms but pursued it nonetheless, pursued it through looking downward rather than upward but pursued wisdom still, remained philosopher even while becoming critic, remained student even while becoming master, remained Platonic even while becoming Aristotelian, remained in dialogue with Plato even while disagreeing with him, proving through disagreement that Plato had taught him well, that the Academy had succeeded in creating thinker who thought for himself, that Socratic examination worked by producing student who examined the teacher, that philosophy lived through the creative tension between Plato and Aristotle, through the productive disagreement between idealism and realism, through the ongoing dialogue between transcendence and immanence, through the continuing debate between the philosopher who looked toward forms and the philosopher who studied substances, between the master who established the Academy and the student who left it, between Plato who wrote dialogues and Aristotle who wrote treatises, between the teacher who used myths and the student who observed nature, between the philosopher who ascended toward beauty itself and the philosopher who analyzed beautiful things, between idealism and realism, between rationalism and empiricism, between the Academy and the Lyceum, between Plato and Aristotle, between the master and the student who became the master's greatest critic, who challenged the teacher most profoundly, who disagreed most deeply, who remained most essentially shaped by what he rejected, who proved Plato's influence through the rigor and depth of his opposition, who continued Plato's work through criticizing it, who honored the teacher through surpassing him, who fulfilled Socratic ideals through examining Platonic doctrines, who showed that the examined life requires criticizing even our teachers, examining even the Academy's fundamental beliefs, questioning even Plato, disagreeing even with the master, thinking for ourselves even when thinking for ourselves means rejecting what we were taught, means developing alternative philosophy, means becoming the student who became the master's greatest critic while remaining forever the master's student. Forever shaped by Plato even while reshaping Platonism, forever in dialogue with the teacher even while disagreeing with him, forever Platonic even while being Aristotelian, forever the student who honored the teacher by thinking for himself, by examining carefully, by pursuing wisdom wherever arguments led even when they led away from forms, away from transcendence, away from Plato, toward substances, toward immanence, toward Aristotle, toward philosophy that remained essentially Platonic even while being fundamentally Aristotelian, toward the examined life practiced differently but practiced nonetheless, toward wisdom pursued through different path but pursued still, toward the truth that both Plato and Aristotle sought even while seeking it differently, toward the good that both loved even while understanding it differently, toward philosophy that both practiced even while practicing it differently, creating through their disagreement the dialogue that shaped Western thought, the tension that generated philosophy, the debate that continues still, the creative opposition between Plato and Aristotle, between master and student, between idealism and realism, between forms and substances, between transcendence and immanence, between the philosopher who looked toward eternal patterns and the philosopher who studied temporal particulars, between Plato who ascended toward beauty itself and Aristotle who carefully observed beautiful things, between the master who taught through myths and arguments and the student who criticized through systematic analysis, between the founder of the Academy and the founder of the Lyceum, between the writer of dialogues and the writer of treatises, between the philosopher of forms and the philosopher of substances, between Plato and Aristotle, forever in dialogue, forever in tension, forever shaping philosophy through their disagreement, forever teaching us through their debate, forever the master and the student who became the master's greatest critic. For nearly 1,000 years after Christianity became Rome's official religion, after the Western Roman Empire fell and classical civilization collapsed, after libraries burned and schools closed, and the infrastructure of learning disintegrated for all those centuries from roughly 400 CE to 1400 CE, Plato's dialogues were mostly lost to Latin-speaking Western Europe. The texts survived in Greek, were preserved in Byzantium, where Greek remained living language of scholarship and government, were studied and copied and commented upon by Byzantine scholars who maintained unbroken tradition of Platonic philosophy across the centuries when the West forgot almost everything that classical antiquity had known. But in the West, in Latin Christendom, only fragments remained, only the Timaeus in Chalcidius's partial Latin translation, only second-hand reports in Cicero and Augustine and Boethius, only scattered quotations and summaries that gave medieval scholars limited access to Plato, incomplete knowledge of his philosophy, distorted understanding of his thought. The Timaeus became the Platonic text that medieval scholars knew, became the dialogue through which Western Europe understood Plato for nearly 1,000 years, became the lens through which Platonism entered Christian theology, even though the Timaeus was atypical, was more cosmological than epistemological, was more concerned with creation than with forms and knowledge and the examined life, was perhaps least representative of Plato's philosophy, but was the one dialogue that fate and accident of transmission made available when almost everything else was lost. Medieval Platonism was therefore strange hybrid, was interpretation of Plato based on single dialogue supplemented by second-hand reports, was construction of Platonic philosophy from insufficient evidence, was attempt to understand thinker through fragments when the whole remained inaccessible, was reading of Plato through Christian assumptions and medieval concerns that transformed him even while preserving something of his thought. But Plato did not completely disappear even when the dialogues were lost. His influence continued through Augustine, through Neoplatonism, through the Christian Platonist tradition that merged Platonic philosophy with Christian theology, that read the forms as ideas in the divine mind, that interpreted the demiurge as God the Creator, that saw the soul's ascent toward beauty as spiritual journey toward God, that found in Platonic philosophy resources for thinking about creation and providence and the soul's immortality and the transcendence of God, that made Plato into proto-Christian, into pagan philosopher who had glimpsed Christian truths without benefit of revelation, into thinker whose insights prepared way for Christianity even though he lived 4 centuries before Christ. The interpretation transformed Plato, profoundly made him more theological than he was, more concerned with personal God than with impersonal good, more focused on individual salvation than on political justice, more oriented toward afterlife than toward right ordering of city and soul in this life. But the interpretation also preserved Plato, kept his thought alive when texts were unavailable, transmitted something of his philosophy to medieval scholars who could not read Greek, could not access the dialogues, had to rely on Latin summaries and Christian appropriations that distorted while preserving, that changed while transmitting, that made Plato Christian while keeping some of what made him Platonic. The recovery began when Byzantium fell, when Constantinople was conquered by Ottoman Turks in 1453, when Greek scholars fled westward bringing manuscripts, when Renaissance Italy received an influx of Byzantine learning, when humanists rediscovered Greek language and Greek texts, when Plato's dialogues became available in original language for first time in Western Europe in nearly a millennium. Marsilio Ficino translated all of Plato's works into Latin in 1460s, made the complete corpus accessible to scholars who could not read Greek, created the first complete Latin Plato that medieval Europe had never possessed, allowed Renaissance thinkers to encounter Plato directly rather than through fragments and second-hand reports and Christian reinterpretations. The Renaissance Plato was revelation, showed that the Timaeus was only one dialogue among many, that Plato had written about forms and knowledge and justice and love and education and politics, that his philosophy was richer and more complex than medieval fragments suggested, that he had been distorted by Christian interpretation even while being preserved through it. Renaissance Platonists celebrated the recovery, founded Platonic Academy in Florence, explicitly reviving Plato's original academy, studied the dialogues with enthusiasm, found in Plato alternative to Aristotelian scholasticism that dominated universities, discovered resources for thinking about beauty and love and the soul that scholastic philosophy had neglected. But Renaissance Platonists also continued reading Plato through Christian lens, continued interpreting forms as divine ideas, continued seeing Platonic ascent as spiritual journey toward God, continued merging Platonism with Christianity even while recovering more complete Plato, even while recognizing that Plato was pagan rather than proto-Christian. Even while understanding that he had not anticipated Christianity, but had developed philosophy that could be appropriated by Christianity without being Christian philosophy. The Renaissance Plato remained Christian Platonist even while being more authentically Platonic than medieval Plato had been, remained theological even while being more completely philosophical, remained oriented toward salvation even while being more clearly concerned with thisworldly justice and knowledge and virtue. The modern recovery of Plato has been different, has attempted to read him historically, to understand him in context of ancient Athens, to separate Platonism from Neoplatonism, to distinguish what Plato actually wrote from what later interpreters made him say, to recover the dialogues as philosophical works rather than as sacred texts, to read them critically rather than reverentially, to question rather than to believe. To examine Plato's arguments rather than to accept his conclusions, to treat him as philosopher rather than as authority, as thinker whose ideas can be challenged rather than as sage whose wisdom must be accepted. But the modern Plato also comes to us through layers of interpretation, through centuries of reading and misreading, through Christian Platonism and Renaissance Platonism and German idealism, through all the uses to which Plato has been put, all the appropriations that have shaped how we read him, all the traditions that have claimed him. We cannot recover the original Plato if by original we mean Plato as ancient Athenians understood him, Plato uncontaminated by 2 millennia of interpretation, Plato as he was before Christian theology and medieval scholasticism and Renaissance humanism and German idealism and analytic philosophy and continental philosophy, and all the other traditions that have read him through their concerns, that have found in him what they needed, that have made him serve purposes he never intended. But perhaps this is not failure, but is testimony to Plato's richness, to the dialogue's depth, to philosophy's capacity to speak across cultures and centuries, to text's ability to mean different things to different readers while remaining recognizably the same texts, to Plato's continuing relevance that each generation rediscovers by reading him through their questions, by finding in him resources for thinking about their problems, by making him contemporary rather than merely historical, by engaging with him philosophically rather than merely studying him as dead author whose thought belongs only to past. The shadow that medieval light cast backward was darkness for 1,000 years when texts were lost, when only fragments remained, when Plato survived more through influence than through actual reading, more through Christian appropriation than through direct encounter. But the shadow was also preservation. Christian Platonism kept Plato alive when texts were unavailable, transmitted something essential even while transforming much, maintained tradition that allowed recovery when manuscripts returned, prepared ground for Renaissance rediscovery by keeping Plato's name alive, by preserving belief that he mattered, by ensuring that when texts became available there would be scholars ready to read them, ready to translate them, ready to study them, ready to recognize their value. We inherit layered Plato of the dialogues as Plato wrote them, Plato as ancient academy understood him, Plato as Neoplatonists developed him, Plato as Christians appropriated him, Plato as medieval fragments preserved him, Plato as Renaissance recovered him, Plato as moderns study him, Plato as contemporary philosophy engages him. All these are Plato, are legitimate ways of reading him, are interpretations that capture something even when they distort something else, that illuminate even when they obscure, that make Plato available even when making him different from what he was, that preserve even while transforming, that transmit even while changing. The medieval shadow taught us that texts can survive their loss, that influence can continue when works are unavailable, that philosophy persists even when books are burned, that Plato matters enough that he was preserved through interpretation when preservation through transmission failed, that the examined life continues even when the texts that taught it are lost, that wisdom pursues truth even when truth is accessible only partially, that philosophy loves Plato enough to keep him alive across the darkness. Across the 1,000 years when texts were missing, across the gap between ancient and medieval and modern, across all the transformations that transmission requires, all the interpretations that preservation demands, all the shadows that light casts backward when looking toward sources that remain partially hidden, partially recovered, partially understood across the distances that separate us from Plato, across the centuries that require interpretation, across the traditions that shape how we read. Across the concerns that determine what we find, across the questions that guide what we seek when we read Plato now, when we engage with dialogues that come to us through layers of interpretation, through Christian Platonism and Renaissance recovery and modern scholarship, through all the readings that have shaped the texts, through all the uses to which Plato has been put, through the shadow that medieval light cast backward across the 1,000 years when Plato survived through being transformed, through being appropriated. Through being made Christian while remaining Platonic, through being preserved in fragments while being lost as complete corpus, through the shadow that was also light that kept Plato alive when texts were dead, that transmitted through transformation, that preserved through interpretation, that maintained tradition across the gap, across the darkness, across the 1,000 years of shadow that medieval light cast backward onto Plato, onto the texts, onto the philosophy that survived when books were lost. That continued when manuscripts burned, that persisted when libraries closed, that remained alive through Christian Platonism that transformed while preserving, that changed while transmitting, that made Plato into proto-Christian while keeping him philosopher, that read him through medieval concerns while maintaining something of ancient wisdom, that cast shadow backward but also cast light forward, illuminating the path of recovery, preparing for Renaissance rediscovery. Ensuring that when texts return there would be tradition ready to receive them, scholars ready to read them, philosophy ready to engage them, keeping alive across the darkness the light that Plato brought, the wisdom that he taught, the forms that he loved, the good that he pursued, the beauty that he glimpsed, the examined life that he practiced, the philosophy that he embodied, the dialogues that he wrote, the academy that he founded, the tradition that he initiated, all surviving across the shadow. Across the 1,000 years when texts were lost but influence continued, when books were unavailable but wisdom persisted, when manuscripts were missing but Plato remained alive through interpretation, through Christian appropriation, through medieval transformation, through the shadow that medieval light cast backward onto ancient philosophy, onto Plato's dialogues, onto the examined life that survived when texts were lost, that continued through interpretation when direct transmission failed, that persisted across the darkness through the light that Christian Platonism provided, through the shadow that preserved while transforming, through the medieval millennium that was darkness for texts but was light for tradition, was loss for manuscripts but was preservation for influence, was shadow that kept Plato alive when books were dead, that maintained tradition when transmission failed, that ensured survival across the gap, across the 1,000 years, across the shadow that medieval light cast backward onto Plato. Making him Christian while keeping him philosophical, transforming him while preserving him, losing the dialogues while maintaining the influence, casting shadow backward that was also light forward, that prepared recovery, that ensured survival, that kept Plato alive across the darkness, across the distance, across the shadow that medieval light cast backward, preserving through transforming, maintaining through interpreting, keeping alive across 1,000 years the philosophy that Plato created. The examined life that he taught, the wisdom that he pursued, the forms that he loved, the good that he glimpsed, the beauty that he sought, the truth that he examined, the dialogues that he wrote, all surviving across the shadow, all persisting through transformation, all remaining alive through Christian Platonism's preservation even when preservation required transformation, even when transmission required interpretation, even when survival required that Plato become Christian Plato, become medieval Plato. Become fragmentary Plato preserved through interpretation rather than through texts, through influence rather than through manuscripts, through the shadow that medieval light cast backward, keeping Plato alive, maintaining the tradition, ensuring that when Renaissance came there would be something to recover, someone to remember, some reason to care when Greek manuscripts arrived from Byzantine, when Ficino translated complete corpus, when dialogues became available again after 1,000 years of absence. When the shadow lifted and the texts returned and Plato could be read again directly rather than through fragments, could be encountered again in dialogues rather than through summaries, could be engaged again as philosopher rather than only through Christian appropriation. When the shadow that medieval light cast backward finally lifted and Plato emerged again, recovered but transformed, preserved but changed, available again but different from what he had been, coming to Renaissance readers through the shadow, through the darkness. Through the 1,000 years of interpretation that had kept him alive while changing him, that had preserved him while transforming him, that had maintained tradition while losing texts, that had cast shadow backward across the distance, across the darkness, across the 1,000 years that separated ancient from medieval from modern Plato, that required recovery, that demanded interpretation, that needed scholarship to distinguish what Plato wrote from what tradition made him say. To separate dialogues from Christian readings, to recover ancient philosopher from medieval appropriations, to find Plato again after 1,000 years of shadow, after millennium of transformation, after the darkness that medieval light cast backward onto texts that were lost, onto philosophy that survived through interpretation, onto Plato who remained alive across the shadow, across the distance, across the 1,000 years, emerging finally when Renaissance came, when manuscripts returned. When Greek was recovered, when dialogues could be read again, when Plato could be encountered again, when the shadow lifted and the light returned, and the examined life could be practiced again through direct engagement with texts rather than only through fragments and summaries and Christian transformations. When Plato emerged from shadow that medieval light cast backward, recovered but changed, preserved but transformed, available but different, Plato who survived across the darkness, who persisted through interpretation, who remained alive across the 1,000 years through the shadow that was also preservation, through the darkness that was also light, through medieval interpretation that kept him alive when texts were lost, that maintained tradition when transmission failed, that ensured he would be remembered when manuscripts were missing, that prepared his recovery when Renaissance came, that cast shadow backward that was also light forward, that kept Plato alive across the medieval millennium. Across the shadow, across the darkness, across the gap between ancient and modern, ensuring that we receive him now, that we read him still, that we engage with dialogues that survived through interpretation, that were preserved through transformation, that come to us through the shadow that medieval light cast backward onto Plato, onto the texts, onto the philosophy that survived 1,000 years of darkness to emerge again when light returned, when Renaissance recovered what medieval had transformed. When modern scholarship distinguishes what ancient wrote from what medieval read, when we receive Plato through layers of interpretation but receive him nonetheless, read him through traditions that shaped him but read him still, engage with philosophy that survived through shadow but survived nonetheless, that persisted across darkness but persisted still, that remained alive through interpretation but remained alive, that comes to us now across the shadow, across the 1,000 years, across the medieval transformation. Across the Renaissance recovery, across all the readings that have shaped how we understand him, across the shadow that medieval light cast backward that kept him alive, that ensured his survival, that maintained the tradition, that preserved the examined life, that transmitted the philosophy, that kept Plato alive across the darkness so that we receive him now, so that we read him still, so that we engage with him philosophically, so that the examined life continues, so that wisdom is pursued. So that forms are contemplated, so that beauty is sought, so that the good is loved, so that philosophy lives, so that Plato matters, so that the dialogues speak, so that the academy's spirit continues, so that the shadow that medieval light cast backward has lifted, leaving us the texts, leaving us the tradition, leaving us the philosophy, leaving us Plato. Education was not peripheral to Plato's philosophy but was central, was perhaps the heart of everything he wrote, was what the Republic was ultimately about even when it seemed to be about justice or politics or metaphysics, was about the formation of souls, about turning them from darkness toward light, about transforming human beings through learning, about making people capable of wisdom and virtue through the right kind of teaching, about redeeming society by educating its citizens, about healing the city by healing the souls that constitute it, about making the examined life possible by teaching people to examine, by showing them how to question and think and pursue wisdom, by creating communities devoted to learning, by establishing institutions that preserve and transmit what matters most. Education in Plato's vision was not about filling empty vessels with information, not about training people to perform tasks efficiently, not about credentialing or socializing or preparing for careers. Education was transformation, was turning the soul from shadows toward reality, was reorienting the whole person from becoming toward being, from opinion toward knowledge, from appetite toward reason, from the love of beautiful things toward the love of beauty itself. Education was the ascent from the cave, was the climb from sensible particulars toward eternal forms, was the journey that philosophy names and that the examined life practices, was becoming who we are capable of becoming when we pursue wisdom rather than remaining content with ignorance, when we love truth rather than accepting comfortable illusions, when we examine rather than sleeping unexamined in the cave where prisoners mistake shadows for reality because they have never been taught to question, never been educated to think, never been turned toward the light. The Republic's educational program is comprehensive and demanding, begins in childhood with music and poetry carefully selected to shape character before reason is fully developed, continues with physical training that disciplines body and cultivates courage, proceeds through mathematical sciences that prepare mind for abstract thought, culminates in dialectic that examines first principles and ascends toward the form of the good. Requires years of practical experience that grounds philosophical insight in real-world understanding, creates philosophers who combine theoretical wisdom with practical judgment, who understand eternal truths and can apply them to temporal circumstances, who have climbed from cave to sun and have been compelled to return to govern because they alone understand what governance requires, what justice is, what the good demands. Each stage serves purpose. Early education shapes soul before reason can distort it, habituates children to love what is noble and hate what is base, creates emotional and spirited foundations that philosophical education will build upon, ensures that when reason develops it will not have to fight against corrupted character, but will work with dispositions already oriented rightly. Mathematics trains mind to think about abstractions, to grasp eternal truths that do not change, to understand through reason rather than through sense perception, to see beyond particular examples toward universal patterns, to recognize that knowledge requires stable objects while opinion deals with changing things. Dialectic teaches critical thinking, teaches how to examine assumptions and test arguments and pursue truth through careful reasoning, teaches that wisdom requires acknowledging ignorance rather than claiming knowledge falsely, teaches the Socratic method that Plato preserved through writing dialogues, that the academy practiced through conversation and debate, that remains essential to education that aims at wisdom rather than merely at information. But the program is also radically selective, assumes that not everyone can pursue philosophy successfully, that some are suited to rule while others are suited to protect or to produce, that natural differences in capacity and temperament mean that different people will benefit from different educations, that attempting to teach everyone everything would fail because philosophical aptitude is rare, because most people cannot grasp forms. Because the ascent from cave to sun requires abilities that not all possess, that education must therefore be tailored to individual capacities, must sort people according to their natures, must train each person for the role they are suited for rather than assuming everyone can achieve the same level of understanding. Modern readers often find this troubling, seems elitist, seems to assume natural inequalities that democracy rejects, seems to justify hierarchy that we consider unjust, seems to limit opportunity rather than providing equal access, seems to track people into roles based on assumptions about their capacities that may be wrong or that may reflect social prejudices rather than natural differences. The objections are serious, raise questions about whether Plato's educational vision is compatible with democratic values, whether his assumptions about natural differences are justified, whether his confidence that education can identify philosophical potential is warranted, whether sorting people into classes serves justice or serves only those who benefit from hierarchy. But what remains compelling even when we reject the elitism is Plato's insight that education is transformative, that it shapes character and not just intellect, that it makes people capable of living well rather than merely preparing them to earn living, that it should aim at wisdom and virtue rather than only at skills and information, that the examined life requires education that teaches people to think critically and to question assumptions and to pursue truth rather than accepting what they are told. That democracy requires educated citizens who can examine their beliefs and their leaders and their society. That freedom requires wisdom to use it well. That autonomy requires education that makes autonomy possible by teaching people to think for themselves rather than merely conforming to what others believe or what society demands. Plato believed that education could save individuals from ignorance and vice, could save cities from injustice and corruption, could transform society by transforming souls, could make the examined life widespread rather than being practice of rare individuals, could create communities devoted to wisdom rather than to power or wealth or pleasure, could make philosophy into social reality rather than being only individual achievement. The belief was optimistic, perhaps too optimistic, perhaps underestimated how resistant humans are to being educated, how difficult transformation is, how rare philosophical aptitude is, how easily education can become indoctrination or can fail to achieve its aims or can be corrupted by serving interests other than wisdom. But the optimism inspired created the academy that lasted 900 years, created educational ideal that universities still aspire to even when they fall short, created vision of education as transformation that remains attractive even when realization proves difficult, created the belief that teaching matters profoundly, that how we educate determines what we become, that investing in learning is investing in human flourishing. That wisdom is worth pursuing and is accessible through education, rather than being reserved for those born into privilege or blessed by divine revelation or possessing innate genius that education cannot provide. The academy embodied Plato's educational vision, was community devoted to learning, was institution that preserved and transmitted wisdom, was school that trained not just intellects but whole persons, that taught mathematics and dialectic and virtue, that practiced philosophy as way of life rather than as academic subject, that made education into shared pursuit rather than individual achievement, that created tradition that could survive individuals, that could maintain standards across generations, that could keep alive the examined life when particular philosophers died, that could be institution rather than remaining only charisma of individual teachers who could not be replaced when they were gone. Modern education owes enormous debt to Plato, the idea of curriculum that progresses through stages, the belief that education should be comprehensive rather than merely vocational, the conviction that critical thinking matters more than memorization, the emphasis on preparing citizens rather than only training workers, the vision of university as community of scholars devoted to learning, the practice of Socratic questioning in classrooms. The ideal of liberal arts education that values wisdom over utility, the faith that education can transform individuals and through them can transform society, the optimism that teaching can redeem, that learning can liberate, that wisdom can be taught even though Socrates doubted whether virtue could be taught, even though Plato acknowledged that philosophical aptitude is rare, even though the examined life remains difficult and most people resist examination, resist being shown their ignorance. Resist the painful ascent from comfortable shadows toward uncomfortable light. But Plato also knew education's limits, knew that not everyone will pursue wisdom even when given opportunity, knew that most will prefer cave to sun because shadows are comfortable and light is painful, knew that teaching can only draw out what is latent within rather than creating capacities that do not exist, knew that education requires students willing to learn and teachers capable of teaching and institutions that support both and society that values wisdom, knew that these conditions are rare. That the Academy's 900 years were exception rather than rule, that most societies do not value education that aims at wisdom, prefer education that serves power or wealth or social control, that uses teaching to indoctrinate rather than to liberate, that creates conformity rather than encouraging critical thought, that serves interests other than wisdom and produces citizens who are useful to state rather than producing philosophers who examine their lives and their society and their leaders. The tension remains between Plato's optimism that education can redeem and his realism about how rarely redemption occurs, between his faith that wisdom can be taught and his recognition that most resist being taught, between his vision of the Academy as community devoted to learning and his acknowledgement that such communities are fragile and rare and easily corrupted, between his belief that the examined life is possible for many and his admission that philosophical aptitude is uncommon. Between his hope that cities can be transformed through education and his experience that attempts to create philosopherkings usually fail, between the ideal and the reality, between what education promises and what it delivers, between the pattern laid up in heaven and the actual schools that exist on earth. We inherit this tension when we read Plato, when we think about education, when we wonder what teaching should aim at and how it should proceed and who should be educated and what should be taught and whether education can redeem individuals or societies or whether these are utopian hopes that experience repeatedly disappoints. We inherit Plato's optimism and his realism both, his faith and his doubts both, his vision of what education could be and his recognition of what education usually is, his hope that teaching can transform and his acknowledgement that transformation is difficult and rare and easily perverted into its opposite, into indoctrination that closes minds rather than opening them, into training that produces conformity rather than cultivating critical thought, into education that serves power rather than serving wisdom, that makes people useful rather than making them free, that fills them with information rather than teaching them to think, that credentials rather than transforms, that sorts and tracks and ranks rather than helping each person become who they are capable of becoming. But the vision persists, the vision of education as turning from darkness toward light, as ascent from cave toward sun, as transformation of soul from ignorance toward wisdom, as the making of philosophers through teaching that draws out rather than putting in, that provokes thought rather than providing answers, that asks questions rather than delivering content, that creates love of wisdom rather than merely communicating information about what previous philosophers have thought. The vision persists in anyone who teaches hoping to transform rather than merely to inform, in anyone who learns seeking wisdom rather than merely seeking credentials, in anyone who examines their life believing that examination matters, that thinking carefully about how to live makes life better, that wisdom is worth pursuing even when pursuit brings no material reward, no career advancement, no social status, nothing except the examined life itself, the transformation itself. The wisdom itself, which Plato believed was its own reward, was what makes us most fully human, was the highest good that education aims at when education serves its proper purpose, when teaching aims at redemption rather than at utility, when learning pursues truth rather than pursuing advantage, when the examined life becomes not just individual practice but social reality, becomes not just rare achievement but common pursuit. Becomes not just academy's accomplishment but society's commitment. Becomes education that redeems by transforming, that liberates by teaching, that makes wisdom possible by turning souls from shadows toward light, from cave toward sun, from ignorance toward knowledge, from opinion toward truth, from the unexamined life toward the examined life that Plato believed was the only life worth living. That education makes possible by teaching people to think and to question and to pursue wisdom. By creating institutions that preserve and transmit what matters, by establishing traditions that keep alive across generations the commitment to learning, the love of wisdom, the faith that education can redeem, that teaching can transform, that the examined life is possible for anyone willing to make the ascent, willing to leave the cave, willing to climb toward the light, willing to be educated in the fullest sense that Plato meant not just informed but transformed, not just trained but turned. Not just filled but reoriented, not just taught facts but taught to think, not just given answers but taught to question, not just told what to believe but taught how to examine beliefs, how to test assumptions, how to pursue truth through careful reasoning, how to live according to examined principles rather than according to unexamined opinions, how to become philosophical rather than remaining merely human in the limited sense that accepts without questioning, that believes without examining. That lives without thinking carefully about how to live, that stays in the cave because leaving is difficult, that prefers shadows because light is painful, that resists education because transformation is uncomfortable, that refuses redemption because redemption requires changing and changing is hard, and most people prefer what is familiar even when what is familiar is ignorance. Even when shadows are all they know, even when the cave is prison, they call it home because it is comfortable, because they know it. Because leaving would require the painful ascent that education demands, that the examined life requires, that Plato believed was possible for anyone willing to be educated, anyone willing to be taught, anyone willing to learn, anyone willing to be turned from darkness toward light, from cave toward sun, from ignorance toward wisdom, from the unexamined life toward the examined life that education makes possible, that teaching enables. That learning achieves when learning is real transformation rather than mere information transfer, when education is redemption rather than mere training, when teaching aims at wisdom rather than at utility, when the examined life becomes the goal that education serves, the purpose that teaching pursues, the transformation that learning achieves, the redemption that Plato believed education could provide, that he dedicated his life to making possible through founding the academy, through writing dialogues, through teaching students. Through creating the vision of education as transformation, as turning from shadows toward reality, as ascent from cave toward sun, as the making of philosophers through teaching that the academy practiced for 900 years that proved education could redeem at least sometimes, could transform at least some people, could create communities devoted to wisdom at least occasionally, could preserve the examined life across generations at least when conditions were right, when students were willing. When teachers were capable, when society valued wisdom enough to support institutions dedicated to pursuing it, to teaching it, to making it possible for those who loved wisdom to pursue it, to learn it, to live according to it, to become philosophers not just by studying philosophy but by living philosophically, by examining their lives, by pursuing wisdom, by climbing from cave toward sun, by making the ascent that education enables, that teaching makes possible, that Plato believed could redeem. That he devoted his life to making real, that the academy embodied, that his dialogues preserve, that we inherit when we read Plato, when we think about education, when we wonder whether teaching can transform, whether learning can liberate, whether education can redeem, whether Plato was right that wisdom can be taught, that the examined life can be learned, that philosophy can be education, that teaching can be transformation, that redemption is possible through learning, through thinking, through examining. Through pursuing wisdom, through living philosophically, through making the ascent that Plato described, that the academy practiced, that education enables when education serves its highest purpose, when teaching aims at transformation rather than at information, when learning pursues wisdom rather than pursuing credentials, when the examined life becomes the goal, the purpose, the achievement that education makes possible, that Plato believed could redeem us, that he taught could transform us, that he showed could make us wise. could make us virtuous, could make us philosophers, could make us most fully human, could make us what we are capable of becoming when we are educated in the fullest sense, when we are taught to think, when we learn to examine, when we pursue wisdom, when we live philosophically, when we make the ascent from cave toward sun, when we turn from shadows toward light, when we climb from ignorance toward knowledge, when we transform from the unexamined life toward the examined life. When education redeems as Plato believed it could, as he taught it should, as he showed it sometimes does when conditions are right, when we are willing, when we love wisdom enough to pursue it, when we value truth enough to seek it, when we honor the examined life enough to live it, when we believe with Plato that education can redeem, that teaching can transform, that the educator who taught that teaching could redeem was right, that wisdom can be taught, that philosophy can be learned, that the examined life is possible. That education makes it possible, that teaching enables it, that learning achieves it, that redemption comes through transformation, through turning from shadows toward light, through ascending from cave toward sun, through the education that Plato gave us, that the academy embodied, that the dialogues preserve, that we inherit when we read him, when we honor his vision, when we believe that education can redeem, that teaching can transform, that learning can liberate, that wisdom can be taught, that the examined life can be learned. That philosophy is education, that the educator who taught that teaching could redeem showed us what education should be, what teaching should aim at, what learning should achieve, what redemption requires, what transformation means, what the examined life is, what philosophy enables, what wisdom pursues, what the educator who believed that teaching could redeem gave us when he founded the academy, when he wrote the dialogues, when he taught that education is transformation, that teaching is turning from darkness toward light. That learning is ascent from cave toward sun, that the examined life is what education makes possible, what teaching enables, what learning achieves, what redemption requires, what the educator who taught that teaching could redeem believed, taught, practiced, embodied, transmitted, preserved for us across the centuries, across the distance, across the tradition that his teaching created, that his academy embodied, that his dialogues preserve, that we inherit when we believe that education can redeem. That teaching can transform, that the educator who gave us this vision was right, that wisdom can be taught, that virtue can be learned, that the examined life is possible, that education enables it, that teaching makes it real, that learning achieves it, that the educator who taught that teaching could redeem showed us how, showed us why, showed us what education should be when education serves its highest purpose, when teaching aims at redemption, when learning pursues transformation, when the examined life becomes the goal. When philosophy is education, when wisdom is taught, when virtue is learned, when souls are turned from darkness toward light, when education redeems as Plato the educator taught it could, believed it should, showed it sometimes does, gave us the vision that education can redeem, that teaching can transform, that the educator who believed this, who taught this, who lived this, who founded the academy to make this real, who wrote dialogues to preserve this, who dedicated his life to showing that teaching could redeem. That education could transform, that wisdom could be taught, that virtue could be learned, that the examined life could be made possible through education, through teaching, through the redemption that comes from turning souls from shadows toward reality, from cave toward sun, from ignorance toward wisdom, from the unexamined life toward the examined life that the educator who taught that teaching could redeem gave us as vision, as promise, as possibility, as the highest calling, as what education should be, as what teaching should aim at. As what learning should achieve, as redemption through transformation, as liberation through examination, as wisdom through education, as the examined life through teaching, as philosophy through learning, as all that Plato the educator gave us when he taught that teaching could redeem, when he believed that education could transform, when he showed us that the examined life is possible, that wisdom can be taught, that virtue can be learned, that redemption comes through education, that transformation comes through teaching. That liberation comes through learning, that the examined life comes through the education that the educator who taught that teaching could redeem gave us, preserved for us, transmitted to us. The vision that education can redeem, that teaching can transform, that learning can liberate, that wisdom can be taught, that the examined life can be learned, that the educator who believed this was right, that Plato the teacher showed us the way. That education as he conceived it can redeem, can transform, can liberate, can make us wise, can make us virtuous, can make us philosophical, can make us capable of the examined life, can make us what we are meant to become, what we can become through the education that redeems, through the teaching that transforms, through the learning that liberates, through the examination that makes us wise, through the philosophy that the educator who taught that teaching could redeem gave us as vision, as calling, as possibility, as promise, as the highest human achievement, as education that redeems, teaching that transforms. Learning that liberates, wisdom that saves, virtue that makes us good, philosophy that makes us wise, the examined life that makes us fully human. All this the educator who taught that teaching could redeem gave us, showed us, preserved for us. Plato, the educator, the teacher who believed in teaching, who founded the academy, who wrote the dialogues, who showed us that education can redeem, that teaching can transform, that wisdom can be taught, that the examined life can be learned, that philosophy is education. That the educator who taught that teaching could redeem was right, and